I should bounce around like the old DVD screensaver. Oh no. Oh, I know it's putting me over chat because I just haven't moved chat. Trust Brett. It's like when people put themselves upside down and then like at the top of a screen. It's usually like a channel point redemption or something. Or when they are Australian. Oh gosh. It's all about perspective, man. Probably no more or less than I would in the old spot. I could mirror myself, but then I would hate looking at it. Anyways, I don't know. I'll just leave myself where I've been, which is over here. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I think to me, Stout is the most viable option at the minute. Just based on messing with other alternatives and hosting costs and things. I'll keep digging, and I'll look. But my request to chat is, if you're pissed off at Discord like you should be, you should also go test and mess and see what sticks. And just remember, TeamSpeak might be something you remember fondly, but it's probably because somebody else was paying for it. I'm never going to use TeamSpeak because of the hosting costs. Like, I will pay to host something that's super light, i.e. Discord, but I won't pay to host a TeamSpeak server because of the hosting costs. The reason TeamSpeak is expensive and nobody uses it is because it's focused on voice. And honestly, if I find an alternative that doesn't have voice, that's actually not that big of a loss for me. It needs persistence, so IRC isn't really an option. And it needs like actual moddable account structures. So again, IRC really isn't an option. If it's something where you just log in and set your name and go, I don't want to moderate that. I need something that's like moderatable. So there needs to be some sort of centralization to it. Fully decentralized stuff is kind of a non-starter, unfortunately. Because I personally feel that the most important thing is that it is usable, moderatable, and easy. Which kind of negates a lot of the decentralized options, because a lot of those are like, moderation! And I don't want to deal with that, and I'm not going to script that. I explained a while ago, many times now actually, why I don't think Element or Matrix is a viable alternative. Kind of exactly what I was just saying. Their moderation tools don't exist, and my experience of messing with very large scale servers for Matrix, by that I mean joining them, the difference between Matrix spam and Discord spam is somebody with an anime icon pops into your DMs and says, hey, I'm a digital artist and I want to like get some commissions from you, and your response is, go away, bot! And then you block them. Whereas with Matrix, the spam is, here is a pile of illegal pornography. And I don't really want to subject my audience to that. I think it's okay if you're on a very small scale server, and you don't join any big ones, but I have absolutely zero interest in running a big space on Matrix. One, because moderating it is fucked, because like there's no like, it's not like this is the server and these are rooms. It is, these are all spaces and they're all individual. So you could block somebody from the general chat, but then they're still allowed to post in the, like, I don't know, games chat or the art room. So you have to ban them from every single one of them. So you have to literally script to have banning perms in multiple spaces. It's a mess. As cool as the idea of Matrix is, And as well as it works for small groups, I have no interest in running it for a large community. I don't think it's viable. And I found a pine marten in a toilet once, which is a variety of weasel and in the weasel family, which are related to stoats. So, you know, today. Canadian uniform jacket just fucking slaps. I've forgot there was Olympics this year, and then the other day someone was like, hey, the Olympics have started. I was like, huh. And I've literally seen nothing of it, so... I think like like I've said, if I'm going to take an extreme option that will likely not be used by the majority of people, it would be to make a forum. But like, I don't know if the work is necessarily worth the novelty of it, considering like getting people to interact with my blog is already just pulling teeth, and that just requires people to open an email. So I don't know, man. The problem I think that a lot of services and people are running into right now is, do normal people use web browsers anymore? Like, unless it has an app and a client, I don't think people go to websites anymore, you know? And if it's something that runs primarily in a browser, it's almost like not viable anymore. Even if you can like theoretically download a client for it, like or like an HTML client. Yeah, no, absolutely. But I feel like use browsers and still refer to apps and programs? Sure. I'm just talking about like the wider internet. I feel like people referring to apps as like applications as apps still irks me a little bit, because to me an app is the first thing that I order at a restaurant if I'm with a group of people. Like, that's what an app is. It's like that's an appetizer, not an application. The fuck? Kind of exactly my point. I feel like Skype ruined that for everybody. Like, ever since Skype, people just stopped doing that. All right, I will be back in a moment. I'm going to go use the washroom. An ad break is about to pop, so you guys will be stuck in an ad anyway. I have a feeling this is just going to be kind of a topic of discussion for the rest of the day. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm a little worried, guys. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried. That's all. I'll be back.
Cheese for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword!
Why didn't you mute it, Tibe? I don't think I've had anything muted, anything unmuted in Discord in years. Except for when I install a new OS, and that is like, oh god! And then set everything to being muted again. And I always have to look it up, because it's always like long enough periods of time that like I've forgotten. Man, now I'm thinking about it. We should... I should make a Discord notification sound, or like a Skype notification sound for tier 2s and tier 3s. Getting back up there, Ice Blue. Hell yeah, mate. Who's ready to end this fort? Say fuck it, fam. Send it to hell. Well, I mean, not like the underworld literally, but that's kind of the plan for today, or this week, I guess, is to figure out an ending for this fort, because I haven't done it yet. You have your close friend Discord unmuted, but that's it. Well, I mean like audio notifications. I don't have any audio notifications for anything. But granted, that is also because I stream, so. You haven't had one in like 500 hours? That's like the song by the Proclaimers. But I would play 500 hours, and then I'd play 500 more. To be the man who played 1,000 hours to... Anyway. I like the Proclaimers. They're fun. All right. Good evening, Viking Ball. Snail SD. Skithy, hello. Pleasant Animal. Tibe. Devil'don. I do agree that you are right, Devil'don. Corey Fancy Pants. Stashzilla. Potpourri. Xylium. Actually, in regards to mobile apps, that's the issue that Stout has, is it doesn't have an iOS app, it just has an Android app. The iOS app is like apparently in private testing or something. Although, with them getting so heavily influxed on that their goddamn like user account sign-up server goes down for like a day, I have a feeling they might have the contributors pretty quickly to get that thing done. Apple Pie Replica, MixSimW, hello. Pink Primeval, Darius, it's good to see you. Dobster as well. Who else is here? Ice Blue, of course, naturally. Nimlark is here. Good morning. Good morning. Good day. Eric Key, Montecore. I hope everybody's doing well. Behind the scenes, I have a interview with Simon and Dabu that I am in the process of editing. I've got the audio lined up from their local recording and the Discord recording video, and I've got the questions all cut out, and I'm in the process of aligning it in something that makes sense and is in an order that makes sense. So I'm gonna have to do a bunch of editing on that, but you guys want a teaser? Do people care? You don't know how to play this game? It just takes time. I saw you in one chat, and then I see you in the other chat. It's magical. It just takes time, mate. It's one of those games that you just kind of have to play it. Here, I'll give you guys a teaser. This is a very early edit, and when I say early, I mean like it needs B-roll, it needs an audio pass, it needs a lot of things. All it's got right now is just a bit of video. So there isn't a ton here, but actually I think it might even be better if I load up the project file instead of the video file. I remember, Shad, my old joke used to be when people would be like, how do you play this game? And I'd be like, with a mouse and keyboard. And then they'd be like, fuck this guy. And then they'd leave. And I'd be like, you know what? Honestly, deserved.
I didn't know.
That's what I want to get rid of. This is a teaser, so keep in mind that this is a teaser and not like representative of the final product, because a lot of it looks like this. But
Hello, my name is Omar Dabous. I go under the pseudonym Dabu.
I'm Simon Swerve.
I was born and raised in Kuwait, miles away from here. Did all the wrong things, never learned piano, never listened to the parents, never took the lessons, but somehow found myself in a place I really like to be.
I had piano lessons, and then I picked up guitar when I was in my early 20s. And then I discovered Bob Dylan at the same time, folk Dylan. I am one of the composers of the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack.
I just remember being somewhere and there was talks of like, yeah, there's a game that's spinning up, and I didn't know what the game was, and I wasn't told what it was.
This game is great. It inspires me so clearly. You know, I can draw a line in my life where I discovered it, and how it affected my thought patterns, even to an extent.
Some kind of civ where you control things, and still didn't know what the name was. Got a good idea that there were dwarves involved. Didn't have the contract, didn't have anything. Was like, okay, making music for this game, and it came to be that first song that was on the album.
so obviously, why did that sound coming from your speaker while everything else coming from your headphones? That I do not know. Obviously,
I feel like I always loved music.
I need a lot of like B-roll and Foley and stuff for this. I also need to redo their audio because nothing's balanced right now. But that's what I have at the minute. Yeah, I mean, there's stuff like this.
The rest is history kind of thing.
Okay, so at that point I was composing a lot of stuff, but in my native language, in Afrikaans. And then, again, I discovered it around 2011, I think, 2012, right? So I was composing music for other things, and then I also had this really old, crappy laptop that I couldn't really play a lot of games on. So I was looking for stuff. I think I found out about it the first time on Minecraft forums, but since I couldn't play Minecraft, I guess, when don't you give Photos a try? So I downloaded it. I noticed that it didn't have an installer, just like the executable in the root directory. So open it up, and beyond quality, the whole introduction and everything. And then I was hit like with the menu, with that iconic soundtrack and like the black background, and I was immediately intrigued.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's something here. I think I can do something pretty good with this. Hopefully people will see it. That's my biggest concern. I even have Dabu talking about getting noise complaints from his neighbor while screaming a Lunkanem in his closet. So there's some pretty good bits in there. Hopefully I'm able to make that into something reasonable in a reasonable amount of time. What I think is funny is like the noise complaint wasn't like a big complaint. It was just like there's somebody screaming in your walls. Is everything okay? They record it in their homes? They recorded most of the soundtrack during 2020, right? Like, and in the case of Dabu, I'm not so sure about Simon, but during the pandemic lockdowns, like Montreal was fucking Fort Knox. My little sister was living in Montreal at the time, and like they had checkpoints on the roads and stuff. You needed a like written permission slip from an employer to leave your house. Like if they got hit way harder than a lot of places did with like pandemic breakouts and stuff. So yeah, no, I mean like they recorded in their homes because there was a global pandemic happening at the time. And also like renting, studio space is expensive. So, yeah. How do you think lower budget indie projects work? It's not exactly the most glamorous of productions. I mean, Simon talks a lot about, after getting the paychecks for Dwarf Fortress, being like able to afford to like actually build a studio. They talk quite a lot about, like, in the early days, like their equipment was so budget that they had to go over things multiple times and keep re-recording due to audio hiss and such. I mean, like, the original, like, Dwarf Fortress Guitar Noodle that Tarn Adams recorded was recorded on a laptop with a webcam microphone in 2007. So, you know, a lot of this stuff here, a lot of the stuff that you see is not exactly flashy production. Like I think the beauty of stuff like Dwarf Fortress and these smaller budget games is like being able to do a lot with minimal resources, right? And I think that's like what makes you stand out in indie studios. Like, if you spend a lot of money on things like flashy production, like that's how you run into development issues, because you run out of money. Also, something I would like to note is I knew that Dabu was already in Montreal, but like looking at his camera for like 90 seconds, I was like, oh, you're in Montreal. Because that is the most Montreal apartment like on earth. Just like the brick wall and the fireplace is like, yep, you're in Montreal, aren't you? I could probably figure out what part of town you're in based on the look of your fireplace, but the splash screen might be the flashiest thing that Dwarf Fortress has ever had. I would say the soundtrack, but anyway. Actually, speaking of flashy things, because some people might find this interesting, people often are asking me about tile sets, right? And the one that I keep pointing at is Neodwarf, because, like, it's being made by people that, you know, have been around the Dwarf Fortress world for a while, but, like, it's very unfinished, right? Like, this is a project that's been in the works for a while now. But there's another one. There's another one, folks. There's another one. So to those of you who want a more classic look to Dwarf Fortress, there's another one now. Apparently this started off as a port for Vetelinger's old tile set. Looks like Caves of God almost. Yeah, kinda. The dwarves do a little bit. It's like the hats look a little cutty. Can we give it a go? I mean, I've got a world generated. I would have to generate a new world, but you can. Like, you are more than welcome to give it a go. I would need to, I might make a video about, like, all of the work in progress tile sets at some point, but I don't see much of a reason for me to do it on stream, at least not at the minute. Especially because they require generating new worlds, right? But check it out. Let me know what you think. Here's a link. But, I mean, it's a full tile set. Well, I mean, they all require new worlds now, right? Like, that's like the asterisk versus old ones. Like, tile sets used to be plug and play, but because they require the graphics require being generated into the world, it's not something I can just swap out. Yeah, this would require a uniquely generated world. This would look so good on a CRT monitor. This would look good on like a widescreen monitor with what's the word? What is the term for a monitor that has like actually blacks, where it turns the pixels off? What's the word? And then you have problems with burn-in. Can you tell that I'm very up on tech stuff? My brain wants to say UHD. OLED, thank you. This would look really good on an OLED monitor. Soon it will come? What will come? OLED? No, my monitor is never going to have OLED capability because I ain't spending fucking $500 on a monitor. The knowledge? The fuck kind of question is that? No, I have a broken brain and I'm looking at 18 different pieces of software right now and looking at a activity feed. I'm looking at BTOP. I'm looking at my bot and following that. I'm keeping track of Discord notifications. I'm checking OBS to make sure that my green screen isn't doing anything fucked. I'm looking at my internet usage. I'm looking at YouTube chat, which is very quiet. I'm looking at Twitch chat, which is less quiet. And I forget words for things sometimes. So no mold. I already have it. I just forget it. Like, that's the reality. It's like that I've forgotten more things about Dwarf Fortress than most of you will ever know. Kind of flex. Like, that's where I'm at. I don't know where you're at, but yeah, I don't know. If I were to use that tile set, that would be like the next world I play. That would be the reality, but I don't know. Would you guys want a playthrough or a fort with that tile set on? That's the question. I think the issue is the second there's an update, it might break it. And I don't pause updates because of how I play this game. So that would be my only concern. But like, if you're going to use that tile set, I would recommend copying your install directory or like pausing updates, which you can do in the game settings, or in the Steam settings rather. No, I mean, like, that's the reason I keep things as vanilla as possible, generally, Darius, is so that I don't need to re-explain it to the newbies, I guess. I think in general, showcases for mods are nice for games that take a while to update. Yes. But, like, showcases for mods are only really valid if there's an audience for it. You caught your first at vampire and fought off 2 invasions? Yeah, but what about the other 4 vampires that you haven't found yet? That are still in stealth? What about them? I mean, good for you. No one's died yet? That you know of. Have you found the bodies? It means you haven't found bodies yet. Sure, I suppose I'm proud of you. Proud is maybe the wrong word. Happy for you, I guess, is maybe a better word. Speaking of, are you happy for me? I've got a line of vomit across the screen. Speaking of vomit, there's also a lot of blood, lava, and other things. We got invaded by goblins, and we won. Mostly. The moods are pretty terrible now, because the siege lasted for a really long time. Good news is the siege is over now. Bad news is there's too much lava in the moat. Good news is the siege is over now. And I need to figure out how to get some of this lava out of my moat. Yeah, that's where we're at the minute. I need to figure out like a drainage solution for some of this lava. Yeah. Well, there's no pus on the ground that I'm aware of, and no demonic goo. Dadrick? So this is the surface of the fortress. For those of you who missed everything else in this fortress, the goal of this fort was to take a yak, which we named the Holy Cow, and within its lifespan, sacrifice it to our god. Now we did that. And not only did we do that, we also sacrificed our queen into this lava via a bridge that is right here, which is currently closed. So, after doing that, Davette, my expedition leader and mayor, became queen. So, we have successfully usurped the throne. So now that we've done that, I go, fucking what now? Mostly goblin vomit, actually, believe it or not, no mold. Considering, because we defended the siege entirely with bolts. Nothing but bolts. Because he left his gear on the edge of the map after returning from a mission. Dwarf sword feuding off an orc ambush. If you left him in off-duty, he would keep his armor when returning from a mission. But they should only leave their armor at the edge of the map if they're either going for new armor or if they are, like, set to be off-duty when they return. So, like, if you set them to no orders and not off-duty, they should return and keep their gear on. I can clean the vomit with lava? Well, I mean, the dwarves will actually clean the vomit. They're just cleaning up a lot of other unrelated crap first, such as random arrows and such. So the plan is to get rid of the areas that the goblins built to get in. So, like, this is an area that the goblins built to get in. Put in fortifications so that we can shoot out into those areas with less issue. And then defend the fort. Yeah, that sounds like it. I mean, or is most likely the case. But there is one thing I gotta do first. The named dwarves in the fort are Squizzly, Batome, Megalodon, Vadtek, Tibbe, 409, the second, Smoking Top Hat, Gutsy, Umbra Alderman, Davet, oh no, it's Oak, Lanix, Captain Radiator, Tempered Calamate, Gutsy McSquat, Ham of Doom, who's real pissed off right now, Rogue Phoenix, Rolf, Disco Moorn, Cashless Nomad, Daggett, who's been as pissed off as possible for a very long time and has since recovered a little bit, which is nice. Nomald, the Chief Medical Derf, Dominoc, Snail SD, Necron Tier, and methinks that's everybody. So you can look yourself up in Legends, because those are up to date. And I'm going to go over here and click these buttons. There you go, button clicked. And now we can unpause the game. How am I on this wonderful day? That you have turned 30 years on this earth? Hey, chat, can I get a happy birthday for J Mega? Happy B-Day. DS in the YouTube chat, hello. What do I think Tarn is cooking this time? They said that the next update is just a regular update, so presumably bug fixes. And then after bug fixes, presumably more feature stuff. He posted the Future of the Fortress stuff recently and said that he's been sick, so that's why this patch is a little bit slower to cook than, previous patches. There was a wall piece there previously. Guess not anymore. Well, that's interesting. Excuse me, sir, may you have a dwarf? What kind of dwarf would you like? We also may need to fix these doors because they've been busted up a bit. And also I've got a bunch of cages. There's also, most of the caverns are full of cave crawlers, so I'm going to have to deal with those. Or not cave crawlers, forgotten beasts, so I'm going to have to deal with those on some level. I'm not entirely sure how or when, but probably soon. And most likely by, you know, opening the gates and saying fuck it. Metal worker with a beard. Okay. I most likely do. Metal smith. Does this work? You're married? I can't remember if you've had a dwarf in this fort yet. Let's find out. Nope. There is somebody named Beer Manners. So this is Beer Manier, the original. The first, the one and only. He feels best when everybody gets along without any strife or contention. He has a strong tendency towards privacy and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. He's conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He is extremely confident of himself in situations requiring his skills. He is very impolite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He generally acts with a narrow... He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He is quick to anger and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He lives a fast-paced life and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is a friendly individual and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is stubborn. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is stubborn and he tends to hang on to grievances. There we go. And he rarely feels discouraged and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. Keeps throwing me off for some reason. He can handle stress, and when he's nervous, he tends to stretch his body. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally deeply respects skill at arms and values honesty and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. I'm going to put you in the military because I feel like you would value that. He likes dacite and copper, as well as pineapple opal, coral and cotton fabric, floodgates and catapult parts, and pigs for their snorts, in the words of the Library of Playing and the site of the Skirt of Embraces. And when possible, he prefers to consume blackberry wine and absolutely hates leeches. He likes the physical keyboards on the blackberry wine. He is a member of the Guild of Bronze, the Metalsmiths Guild, and is, of course, a member of the Seed Creation and the Mahogany Mine. You have tons of friends in the fort, and your wife is Foth. So what's your plans for your birthday, J Mega? What are you up to on this day of days? You love bug fixes? Who doesn't like bug fixes? I need to make a lot of bedrooms. Because as you can see, we have 215 dwarfs, and I'm currently in an ad break, so I think that's actually what I'm going to do first. I'm just going to go schedule up a bunch of bedrooms. I did build a bunch of these down here, and I'm still working on filling them out, so I'm just going to see how many I can fill out. That's the current plan. I realize, as was pointed out by somebody else the other day, this is the straightest hallway they've ever seen me make, and that is out of necessity. I have a very long straight hallway, and thus I can make a bunch of bedrooms very quickly. And if I just do this, then that's the fastest, most efficient way to get a bunch of dwarves into sleeping quarters. Which is probably one of the better ways to keep my dwarves sane. At least for the minute. So chat, who's celebrating Mugenics Day? You know, the new Edmund McMullen game? That is actually the reason I put on Super Meat Boy this morning. I was curious if anybody was actively celebrating, but nobody mentioned it, so I guess not. For those of you who don't know, it's a guy who made Binding of Isaac, also made Super Meat Boy, or was one of the developers on Super Meat Boy, and he's releasing, or him and his team, I guess, are releasing a new game today. called Mugenics, which is a game about breeding cats. It's like a turn-based strategy game about doing awful things to cats, I guess. Or trying to make cute cats. I don't know. You don't necessarily need to be awful to them. But that is a game that's releasing. We're still in a burrow. We are not. Also working on the surface. As a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. I get to exist and do this the way I do it because I don't take corporate sponsor money. If you like the things I do here and you want me to continue doing them in this fashion, such as, you know, ideally not filling your eyes and minds up with big money paid advertisements, consider subscribing with Prime if you happen to have one, or consider sharing the stream, or just hang out and chat and keep the chat active, because that's what makes the world go round and what makes the numbers continue to go up and what keeps me funded. I need to see how much ammunition I have in here. Almost none. Bolts nearby and available, bolts nearby and assigned to squads. I need to... Okay, let's check Lemonite. How much Lemonite do I have? 161. That wasn't what I wanted. I mean, I will do my best, I love you, but I can't do it without you. I can't do it without you. I wouldn't be here doing this if it wasn't for people in my chat. So all I really ask, actually, is try and keep the chat moving. Let's keep those conversations rolling. Just about any subject, really. What are you guys playing these days? How was your weekend? I watched 2 movies. I watched The Conversation, Francis Ford Coppola movie. And I also watched Thief, a Michael Mann movie. I guess I'm like back into 70s and 80s movies now. I was on a horror movie binge for a minute and was watching a lot of recent A24 movies, and now I'm like kinda falling back in time again. Playing Menace? How's that working? You enjoying it? Have you found the Menace yet? I've seen the achievement, but I haven't found the Menace. Dwarf Fortress and reading books? You're reading Project Hail Mary. What's that about? I'm not familiar. I think about banning you every day, Fred Durst. I'm trying to, you know, have pleasant conversations and enjoyable days. You stared at a wall. I get you. On and on. Just another brick in the wall. What's happening in March, Elfie? Okay, so let's make iron bolts, because I can just make a shit ton of them. Also, I think I missed the bot button. And hit the, I hit the 10-minute button. Maybe. Trying to find bear corpses to make your pet slime as different as you can. Bear corpses? Why bear corpses specifically? I did a little bit of messing around with the, like, sludges, but not much. Oops, that's not actually what I want. I want this tool. Will be a movie. Anomaly in space is bad for people. People figure out space anomaly. Got it. So, like, every other sci-fi thing I've ever seen. To be fair, you did add a kappa. I mean, you remember what the result was last time. I'm just saying, putting, like, the old rule on Twitch was if you say something that somebody doesn't want to read and you put a kappa on it, it doesn't make it okay to say the thing. Like, sheesh. That should be, like, basic brain activity knowledge. But yeah, everybody's allowed to be a donkey once in a while. It's okay. All right, so I need to empty out this pool a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right here. I'm going to see what I can do here. Because I just need to empty out a little bit of that lava. Your pizza arrived? What kind of pizza you get? What kind of pizza did you get? Words are difficult today, apparently. Okay, so that'll be the... I'm also realizing I'm doing this on the wrong level. Okay, we're going to do that. And then I'm going to go ramp. And ramp. Should be good. And the dwarves have arrived to trade. Which means the dwarves and the dwarves are going to arrive to trade pretty soon. Volunteer? Well, at least you're getting volunteer hours. That's got to count for something. Aside from that, and like, you know... Slugfest to me sounds like a Metal Slug, like, fan club meetup. Maybe that says a lot about, like, my taste in video games, but... Actually, it's more like tortured Metal Slug fans meeting up and being sad with one another because awful people own the IP for Metal Slug. It's like Metal Slugaholics Anonymous. You would suggest blow up? I feel like I've seen that. But then again, both of the movies that I watched the other day, it's not conspiracies specifically, but both of the movies that I watched this past weekend are movies that I'm convinced that I've seen before. Like, I've seen a lot of sequences and scenes from The Conversation. I've never seen The Conversation. Like, I can tell you for certain, especially after watching that movie now, I've never seen that movie before. But I have seen sequences and scenes from that movie hundreds of times, either in, like, memes or posts or, like, references or screen grabs or something. But, like, I've seen so much of that movie before, but I've never seen that movie before. It's not in the fortress. Well, it's around the fortress, but it's not in the fortress. In the fortress would be like the lava down here. And yeah, there's lava down here, but that's fine. It's supposed to be there. This is like going outside and being like, yo, I don't want to alarm anybody, but there's roads everywhere. It's like, yeah, that's alarming, but like, we know. They've been building them for a while. Like, maybe even hundreds of years at this point. Or I don't want to alarm anybody, but there's less trains than there should be. Or maybe we need wider sidewalks. You know, like, I don't want to alarm anybody, but, like, There's cells in your body. Feel like you're in prison yet? I mean, what? I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. Anyways, glad you found. I'm glad you spotted my lava. You lava to see it. The dwarves lava it very much. Well, you're supposed to feel them in your bones. No mold. You're supposed to feel them in your bones. Bedrooms and drainage. Do I even do research on Facebook? I haven't had a Facebook account in like 2018 I deleted it. Man, it's been almost 10 years. I do give $1.75 per month to Wikipedia though, because they stopped emailing me when I did that. I gave them $5 once, and then I got emails from them every other month for forever. So I eventually just was like, okay, I'm going to give you like $2 a month, and I'm going to do it on a monthly basis. And they haven't emailed me in years. It's been pretty good, actually. Yeah, but that's Toronto. Although, like, the Quebec side will be done pretty quick, and then, like, Toronto will be 10 years late. Or the Ontario side will be 10 years late, Human Green Tea. There's another survival science fiction novel by Andy Weir, the author of The Martian. Oh, okay. That's why that name seems familiar. Good to know. What can I ask? Okay, so Abrex in YouTube chat says, my sister gave me a Southwest companion pass, so I'm gonna go couch surfing on the East Coast. What the heck is that? Like, I know what those words mean, but not in that order. Also, as someone who was forced to crouch surf while being homeless, I understand why people would willingly do that, but I'm also kind of bewildered when I hear about people willingly couch surfing. Do I automate this? Yeah, I automate this. Let's see if this map has wind, chat. Oh, I see. Abrex. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I had no idea that Southwest was an airline, Skiffy. Yeah, I had no idea. No logical, no awareness of this. Is that, usually when there's like an airline where I'm just like, yep, never heard of this, I usually assume it's like Flair or one of those other like regional airlines that like only really exists in like certain areas or just not in places I go. Because, like, we have Porter Air and Flair Air, and, like, if you don't live in Canada, like, it's reasonable that you'd never have heard of either of those. Although, maybe you've heard of Flair because of the times that they've crashed airplanes in various small airports. For all of the cheaper airlines? I don't know about all of them. I feel like expensive airlines are the inspiration for cheaper airlines, but is there such a thing as a cheaper airline? I feel like that's a farce. Cheap airlines don't exist. Change my mind. There's just airlines. And some of them are like more egregiously expensive than others. And everyone clapped when he landed? That's just something that happens on flights that I've been on. The Forgotten Beast, Ino Jonosmasheka I Pezino. That feels like a very adolescent insult. I Pezino! Anyway, has come an enormous quadruped composed of flame. It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Well, that's good. I love the Cheeto beasts. They've got such a fun look to them. When people say spirit and flare in the same sentence, my brain conflates the two of them into spirit farer. You think Southwest, but cheaper and worse? Right. I mean, when I think of cheap airlines, I think of, are you willing to travel extremely lightweight? Then yeah, they're worth taking. Otherwise, just like no. Like I fly flare kind of a lot when I'm traveling, especially when I'm traveling alone, purely because I don't bring anything. I literally bring like 2 days worth of changes of clothes and either just use laundry or go to a thrift store and just buy clothes and then just return them to the thrift store when I leave because it's cheaper than buying, like, if I go in with the budget of like $150, which is what it would cost to bring luggage, I just travel super light. So I can run these manually, which I will do for the minute, but while they're running manually, I'm going to connect, oops, I need 4 logs. I need logs! I may actually need to break into the caverns. Okay, chat. So we need to get into the caverns. But there's beasts in the caverns. And I can't remember how many. So let's take a look. Okay, so there's at the very least 1. This is a great pig with external ribs. It has 4 long spiral horns and a bloated body. Its pink hair is unkept. Beware its fire. It's fire, hey? Unless that is not in the layer where it can get to me. It is not in the layer where it should be able to get to me. I'm going to clear out the top manually. And then we will send my soldiers in and we're going to go clear out those caverns. How bad could it possibly be? I should also probably trade. So my plan, chat, is to end this fort. Would you like to see us end this fort in flames or like not, or like a pleasant retirement? I guess is the question. Because I would like to start a new fort this week for a variety of reasons, but the main one being it feels like it's time. Like I've kind of achieved everything I really want to be able to achieve with this fort. So the goal for today is to end this fort. My kind of idea in my head is to just turn up the difficulty slowly and consistently for a little bit until things are mean. And then just go down in a pile of flames. What's the difference? Audience satisfaction. I don't know. You tell me. Legend says that the warthog monster had 2 pet cave dragons. That would be a demonic overlord, most likely. Demons are intelligent and can have pets. So that checks out. It would be a new world. Because, like, this one, it's not a bad world. It's just not the most interesting at the moment. Like, there ain't a ton going on. Because most of the dwarves are dead, and I've kind of achieved everything I wanted to with this one, and I don't really see a ton of other stuff we could do. Unless other people have ideas for what we could do in this fort. Alright, so chat has chosen flames and glory. We've already turned the enemies up to hard. So we're going to get hit by a lot of things. So I will just simply continue making bolts. I will simply continue making bolts. I'm gonna remove this bottom squad. As you can see, they've all got boots available. They just need gauntlets. So I'm gonna set them to crossbow mixed full. Now I just need to make more high boots and more gauntlets. Yeah, let's do iron gauntlets. We'll just make 20 of each. I kind of don't really want to do that, Zalvi. I said that earlier. So instead, what I will do is I will make a video specifically for showcasing those worlds. I don't have a ton of interest in streaming it. I said that to you earlier. Do I need to repeat myself? Because I will just keep repeating myself if you like. No, you're not. You're restating the thing that you did earlier that I said no politely to. And I explained why, but I digress. This is like the, I'm kidding, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, unless. That's how that reads. Okay, let's see how this goes. What do I have to trade? Let's grab the flasks. Maybe backpacks as well. Don't really have a ton of bars that I want. It's kind of a shame that they don't bring logs by default. I'm just gonna buy the splints and such. Let's see if I can trade. Yay! I'll take it. I haven't used reinforced walls at all our lives. I mostly just like haven't found a reason to, for whatever that's worth. Okay, so you're still filling. And then down in here, you are not. So this side is not filling. So I want to drain kind of a bunch of lava out of here through this way. Do we need walls with lava moats? Well, the bad guys can dig and build over the walls or dig under the walls. So, I mean, it's useful, certainly. Do you need them? I mean, you don't even need walls. You don't have to do anything. Your life is your oyster, so you could, in theory, not build any walls, and you'd probably be okay, I think. But what do I know? I will say that if you do build walls, they do need to be fortified. So that the dwarves can shoot bolts through them, because this fort is mostly defended with bolts. But no, as far as that new tile set goes, I will make a video kind of showcasing tile sets, because there's like 2 now that I'm aware of that are good, in my opinion, that are actively being worked on. And to me, that's enough. So that can give me some space to make a video about it, but I've got to finish the video that I'm currently working on, which is that interview video. That is the current priority number 1. I've got several other ideas for smaller videos that I could do, but the current priority is finish the thing that I'm currently making. Once I'm finished that, I can then move on to the next. Where you had heat strokes? You want to pet heat? Or you want dwarves to get, like, sick due to heat? I mean, that feels like it would just be like, if dwarves got sick due to heat, people would just not embark on hot maps, right? Like, That would be the way to do that. Vomit aside, this is very satisfying to watch. Okay, so I'm gonna just do some of this. Let some water flow down and in. Because this will be helpful for general moods. So we could overheat enemies? Well, you can. Just pour lava on their heads. That'll overheat them. I'm not even joking. Like that is effective and efficient. And currently, like, things can get hot enough that they melt before they catch fire, which I guess is kind of what you're talking about. It's very pleasing to look at. I'm trying to get rid of the vomit, okay? Making them go above ground a lot is actually slowly working on the vomit. I also kind of want to make a... I would like to make a temple up here, but that's kind of difficult currently. Let's just get the military training up here. Does lava mist hurt creatures? It catches them on fire instantly, so if by catching them on fire instantly is what you mean by hurt, then yes. Well, this is draining slowly. Slowly. The green vomit hue kind of ties everything together nicely. Yeah, it really matches the walls, you know? We're about to get by some ads. I'm going to go rinse up my coffee cup because it's empty, and I'm going to grab myself a can of fizzy water. I will be back in a second. You guys can follow our queen. Let me know how she's getting on. She wants a better office. This is true. Yeah. No, she was fully satisfied when she was a countess. But now that she's a queen, all of her things suck and she's upset about it. But there's only so much I can do at the minute. Well, I mean, there isn't so much I can do. I could be doing more, but... Such as, you know, just throwing random crap into her room till she's happy with it. But... What if I throw 2 of these in? Jumping up to her bedroom up here. Don't really have a ton of furniture at the minute. But I could throw like large gems and stuff on those. What do I have for bars? Just a bunch of iron, some silver, a bunch of pig iron. Bunch of billin. Don't have any super valuable materials. What do I have for large gems? Got a few large gems that are worth something. A lot of that metal fuse. Accurate. So, we're gonna go attack things. Nearby, these are the goblins. Rain Devil, Sling Malign is another Goblin Pits. Kingdoms Seduced. The Large Immortality. The Curse of Riddling. The Tick of Clubs. More like the Thwack. There's a Human Tower, more Goblin Pits. There's a Dark Goblin Fortress there, but they're a different faction. 2,000. These are the guys who attacked us. Rake Curse. What's that population? 20. I'm looking for two things. I'm looking for locations that have stuff. And I'm also looking for locations that I can destroy, theoretically. And I'm at less threat of being destroyed. Let's go. I'm going to go for this place. Profane Polishes. Snail is going to lead the attack. Chat. Wish my Marksdorf assassins good luck. Because they are off. To get provisions. That we're all competent bow dwarves. It's always fun when you get weird things from the mountain homes like that. Probably means there's a very large like elven or human population at your mountain home. Something along those lines. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on this burrow. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab these two squads, and we're going to go and take advantage of airlocks, is actually what I'm going to do. Because you're cleaning up some blood over there. Galuk dwarves, yep. Also, right now would be the worst time for the baddies to attack me, so let's hope they don't. Let's hope that they don't. With only the nearby elves? Well, I mean, you'll be at war with the goblins eventually. It's just a matter of time. So now that I've, like, created a little airlock situation, I can grab these two squads and move them up through here. And we will gain an idea pretty quick of what we're up against. If anything. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to dig through all this, dig through all this, dig through all that, dig through all this, dig through all this. Widen this. I don't care if the water's an aquifer. Aquifer, more like aqua forever. Calling Dr. Jones. Wake up now. We're also going to go over here. We're going to get rid of a bunch of this. And a bunch of that. And we're going to chop down some wood. By some, I mean quite a lot of wood. Also probably dig into this. Whew, there's a lot of lag at the minute. A lot of lag. In the case of, like, humans and elves joining your faction, it's probably just there was either raiding from other factions outside of the dwarves. The dwarves don't generally take prisoners. Usually what happens is, like, if you go back in time, it's probably just, like, the equivalent of, like, musician groups joining them. Uh-oh. We lost horribly. And a dwarf was found dead. Who almost immediately died to a troglodyte. Troglodytes, plural. I'm now sending the Marks dwarves over, and let's go see what happened in that raid, because I think it went badly. And chat room, as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowdfunded channel. So far, there's been 5 subs gifted. And the last resub was 2.5 hours ago. If you like this channel and you want it to remain sponsor-free, do remember, you could get number 1 on the bits leaderboard by cheering a singular bit, or number 2 by gifting a subscription, or if you happen to have a Prime subscription available, you could make me shut up by clicking some buttons that you've already paid for. Over here, Snail led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Knuckle Seduce Post. The dwarf outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Profane Polishes in the late spring clashed with the West Shields, led by Snail. They clashed with 1,266 Blizzard Men? Wow. Thades Hammer, thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. And Uristolf, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. To Arrowtha, Daggett, you do have a dwarf named Daggett. You have had a dwarf named Daggett for a while. Would you like to pass that along, or name something else? Daggett was the most upset dwarf in the fort for a minute, and is now just a dwarf in the fort. Oh, it's all good. No, but like we could just name something else. You saw it. So like Blizzard Men only appear in evil glaciers, and this is an evil glacier, so I guess it checks out. But it seems that Snail's been beaten to shit. But Snail was able to take out the leader. But eventually was bested by a blind cave ogre and struck down.
X100.
And Cole, Town Help, was also struck down by another blind cave ogre in the water of sliding. That's ridiculous. Devil Dawn, thanks for the $1. First bits of the week. Appreciate you. Here, Daggett, I'll do this. Tibbe, why are... Oh. So Tibbe's on fire. Because this beast found a way up. I'm going to lock everybody into Burrow 2. Because Tibbe's on fire. Apparently. Xylium, thanks for the 10-pack. Masmaras, thanks for checking a gift at Psycon. This is real bad, chat. Do you like the real bad? Because this is real bad. This thing was on a lower level, and full take is now burning. There was a dwarf there. Udist is burning. Udib is burning. Irish is burning. Mistum's about to be burning. We've lost about 10 dwarves in the last minute. Well, it's time to reverse course on all of our military actions. I do need to kill this thing, but we need to wait until it gets inside. So this killed Tholtag, Ficod, Locum, Moldath, a Forgotten Beast, Forgotten Beast, Forgotten Beast, and Forgotten Beast, as well as a bunch of Crundles. The Scrape of Bone. It is bleeding, probably due to the fire that surrounded it. Maybe this fort ends sooner than we thought? Nah, I don't think so. Certainly for a few dwarves. Uh-oh. Certainly for a few dwarves and cat. Zos, I got bad news about your cat.
Crypt arrive, hey ho, crypt wave.
Daggett, so in the case of your dwarf, you had a dwarf. Maybe your dwarf just caught fire and died. Maybe I should give you a dwarf named Dang It. Because I have a feeling you just... Yeah, you did, actually. So, Dang It, you had a dwarf. Who's now dead. Name a dwarf Dang It? Okay. Do you have any preferences? What are you doing, Captain Radiator? Captain Radiator firing out bolts. Trying to be a hero. Thank you for the hype train, by the way, chat. The hype train currently needs 1 subscription or $2 in bits to level up. Thanks a ton for helping keep the channel funded, guys. Captain Radiator is now on fire, but does have a chance to extinguish it with his wine. However, has stopped firing bolts. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. I was counting in real time there. Appreciate you, man. The beast is continuing to burn. I'm going to move the dwarves and their squads behind the fire. With the hope of coaxing the beast back. Where did the beast go? It's never a thing you want to hear somebody say out loud. Oh, it is off to go burn Necrontyr to death. Who clearly can't make it back to the fort. Appreciate you, DS. And Eric, thank you very much for the $1 as well. You're very kind. Xylium, thanks for the 10-pack. What else have I missed? Mass Morass with the gift as well. Devil Dawn with the $1. Cheers, chat. Sorry for the bitching, but... Or the e-begging, I guess. The creature is actively getting hit by bolts, is winded. Necrontyr is a torch. Was getting hit by many an iron bolt, which actually fractured its skull. I do think that this beast will die. It's just, it needs to take a run at my dwarves. But they're all just hanging out right here. I'm sure it'll come back. Oh, there it goes. One of the dwarves dropped their crossbows. Oh no, you've got a crossbow. You just don't have use of your hand. So the very brave Erdim, who has a broken hand, ran at the beast. Gutsy's on fire. Beermanir's on fire. Zassit's on fire. The dwarves are continuing to fill it up with flame. Unfortunately, they are also failing to dodge or block the fire. See, this dwarf, Scales, was actually able to put the fire out. The fire was extinguished by their flask. Same with Deucim here. That's a smoldering corpse. Skomorin, maybe not so much luck. And the beast is down. Oh. Seems like Cashless Nomad survived. Was able to extinguish the fire. Maybe Deucim will be so lucky too. After catching on fire a second time. What a poor dwarf. Nope. Was able to extinguish it as well. Well, that went pretty horrendously. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, actually, we went from 15 to 9. So what, 20 slabs? Okay. That's 2. No. 30. Yeah, I think it was on Prime last week as well. Chat room, thank you very much for that massive pipe train. I greatly appreciate you. I need to name something, dang it. So, how about this? I think that that is a pretty seismic loss for the fort. So what I'm going to do is any dwarf with martial training is going to get added to the military. We are now doing mass millification. No, we're now doing that mass recruitment efforts because it's time to fight back. He is very slow to anger, and he finds obligations confining. Though he values the concept of loyalty and is troubled by this natural tendency, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding and often feels discouraged. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and often feels lustful. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and rarely is happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this, as he could be considered rude. He tends to hang on to grievances and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to avoid crowds and shakes his finger up and down when he's excited. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't care about anything anymore. Thank you very much for the 24 subscriptions and the $2 in bits. That's almost as many subscriptions as I got in the last stream, so appreciate you. He dreams of raising a family and personally sees cooperation and the law as a low ideal and not worthy of any respect. Values family and does not respect the law and values artwork. He likes conglomerate nickel, silver, and red glacier, as well as sheep wool, cotton fabric, shields, coffins, chimeras for their terrifying features and the sound of the rhythmic sweetness. And when possible, prefers to consume cider and teff flour and absolutely hates rats. All right, basically anybody who I click gets to join the military now. This is where we go a little hog wild. Because we now have the combat set to hard. We're getting attacked by more things. We need some additional armor. Quite a lot of additional armor, actually. And I've got a lot of ghosts that need to be dealt with. How you doing, Psycon? Hey, man. Thanks for being around to be able to be gifted a subscription. Is there a way to make a yellow text religion? Your world does not have one. If your world doesn't have religions, then your world doesn't have religions. You don't have... religions have to be generated at world gen. And cannot be generated after the fact, unfortunately. Okay, so let's just go up to here. Grab these. Get everybody on constant training. And it looks like I need to make, like, a good number of crossbows. Yeah, let's just say 30 crossbows. Lemuel has been taken by a Fey mood. Iggy Noit, thank you very much for the brand new tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you greatly. Thanks, Iggy. And I'm going to see if I can start memorializing some dwarves. Because there's just going to be so many here. Did I lose my manager? Nope. I feel bad for Beer Manir, who was named and then immediately died. Named and then immediately died. This is still slowly draining. But let's see, can I potentially get this automated? So I'll make 8 power. That needs 20 power. Then I can do this and this. Turn those off. Necrontyr has been found dead. You know, let's just go with mixed crossbow armor. Because then they can just wear clothing if they can't find a full set. It's a thing I get a lot these days. Hey, chat, we only got 1 beer for today. I realized that there was a level 5 hype train as well. And there was also very few beers for that. Could I please get a big round of beers for both the hype train and Iggy? And everybody else who chucked out those resubs because... or has been around to get them. Because I do appreciate you. I don't know how many of these will actually end up getting used, but might as well get some tombs built. So a lot of these dwarves, turns out, didn't fully burn up. And ooh, I'm actually gonna swap wood cutting over to this dwarf. And there we go. The miners are all over here. How many dwarves are putting stuff in tombs? We've got 2 that are putting stuff in tombs. Daggit's getting buried. Well, that's good. Oh, hey, this dwarf wants martial training. I don't know which one you are. You are the top one. Sweet. You now get your own squad, dwarf. You've been promoted. Yeah, there's 2 Iggs. We got Ig the Viking and Iggy Noit. Nolt? Is that an L or an I? Rami in YouTube chat says, I'm 400 hours of gameplay and I have started and ended more than 50 forts. Each have failed, and yet I am on your 51st. How are you keeping count after, like, 10? No, you're just playing Dwarfort. Meanwhile, Lemuel the Dyer has created Stonmural, a yak leather sandal, and offers it to the Seed of Creation. I'm going to put that in the Queen's spaces. So footwear, there it is. Because she wants a better dining room and a better throne room and a better everything room. The only thing that I have for her that she's happy with is the fact that all of her demands have been met. It's the only thing she's actually satisfied with. And Engravers is also super limited at the minute. So someone was insisting that they don't eat milk. Yet I'm pretty sure I've seen them eating frozen milk, just not milk. Just wanted to mention that because I thought it was kind of interesting. We're getting these logs made. I will need to hook this up to a lever right here. I read that as you lost your job weeks ago, which is also pretty bad, but lost your job 2 weeks ago, kind of doing shitty currently. Yeah. What industry, if I can ask? I have suspicions, but... Yeah, I don't know. The thing that I'm trying to remind myself a lot is I'm one of the lucky ones and I shouldn't complain. But at the same time, I also have to pay bills. So it's kind of this tricky spot where, on one hand, I really want to just... I really wish that I was in a position where I could just, like, not complain or, like, comment on revenue or daily minimums or anything, but I'm realistically not. Like, that's just not a reality that I live in. I wish it was, but it's not. So I want to be able to keep doing this without having to get a side gig. And that's my big priority at the minute. That's my big priority at the minute. All of those sprites are just instruments. So the tuba-looking sprite is a type of instrument. Like, there's nothing to find out. I've just never seen an instrument that has that design before. So there's nothing to figure out there. I haven't really looked. They're all instruments. Like, we know that. He has stolen iron bolt. Oh no! Whatever shall we do? Some ads are about to hit. No, that was just me commenting on the fact that I've never seen an instrument that looks like that, but I know what it is. It's got to just either be like a rare variant or just one that I haven't noticed. Because I know that wind instrument exists, and wind instruments exist in Dwarf Fortress, and I've seen instruments that are similar in description to the look of that, but nothing specifically like that. You can click through into the normal stream. So, Peter, YouTube just files both the streams out, one in a vertical format and one in a non-vertical format. So if you can click through and into the proper horizontal stream if you like. It's like a promotion vector on YouTube. Not that I'm even remotely convinced that it works, but it is a thing. I should also mention again that I have a fourth monitor set up now. I'm getting a DM on Discord from somebody random. Hey, Stone, are you in the chat? I'm getting a DM from somebody that's probably a spam bot based on their messaging. I'm just gonna post it in the mod section of the Discord. Pro tip, if you're ever like cold calling somebody on Discord, don't ever start your cold call with a friend request followed by, hey, mind if I ask you a question real quick? Because you will immediately get banned from our Discord and ignored. Appreciate it, Zorga. Appreciate it, man. But yeah, I don't envy anybody who's in a position where they have to like go job hunting in the current market. Like that shit scares me beyond all reason. On Twitter, okay, so they posted it where nobody of actual value will see it. Did they post it anywhere of value? What's the message though? Jokes aside. Romanide, what's the update on their age verification? I still don't care. I'm gonna keep looking for backups at this point. I can't look at that because it's a Twitter link. So do you have a link that is readable by people that don't want to give their personal data to Elmo? And, you know, be harvested so that their images and likeness can be used by sex offenders? Like, is there like a logical place to look at that information? Like, even just fucking screenshot it and stick it on Imager. Like, anything. But Twitter link is useless. Quite literally useless. Just did in general? Okay. Discord isn't requiring everybody to a complete Face ID scan or upload in Discord. The vast majority of people can continue using Discord exactly as they do today without ever being asked to confirm their age. That doesn't confirm anything. You need to be an adult to access age-restricted experiences such as age-restricted servers and channels. Some have certain safety settings. For the majority of adult users, we will be able to confirm your age group using information that we already have. We have age prediction to determine with high confidence. That's gross. When a user is an adult, this allows many adults to access age-appropriate features without completing an explicit age check. When additional confirmation is required, we offer multiple privacy-forward options through trusted partners. Yeah, the partners that already got hacked. Facial scans never leave your device. Bullshit. Disagree. Don't believe you. Discord and our vendor partners never receive it. Then how did they get hacked? IDs are never to get your age, or are used to get your age and then deleted. I don't believe you. Discord only receives your age and that's it. Your identity is never associated with your account. Then why do you need to scan your face? No. I mean, like, if it's just a put in a credit card number and we'll believe you, that I'm okay with. Prediction algorithms? The thing is, like, a credit card number is insured. So the worst case thing that can happen is I have to get a new credit card, which is fine. But the second you even have that as, like, an option, I don't care. Like, genuinely, I don't care. It's like the same reason that I stopped using, well, around the time I stopped using Facebook. In order to recover your Facebook account, you have to, like, give them a scan of your driver's license. It's like, well, okay, you've already, like, botched any trust that I had in you, so why would I? Relatively recently. Chat can probably fill in on that. The when did your send in a scan of your face become an option? Like, I kind of could see the only implementation of that kind of technology that I see as making some sense is for dating apps. Like, that's the only instance that it kind of makes sense to me. Just to confirm that you are the person who is uploading the photos. But even then, I mean, if they're predicting, what if they just predict and decide that my Discord is not a kid-safe Discord because somebody said a bad word twice? Because we're talking about politics. Like, I don't know. I think I stand by what I said to that one person in my YouTube comments a while ago. The social media services that I prioritize these days are ones that I have the option to self-host if I disagree with the platform holder in the future. And that's how I feel about Discord now. Like, that's what this has done. This has burned more or less all of my trust in the platform. What trust I had, anyway. I don't know. How do you feel, chat? Yeah, and it would get me in less trouble than if they took my passport or BCID, right? Like, I don't care if the platform should get in trouble if something gets leaked. That's not the issue that I have. The issue is if you are setting a precedent that I may have to give you my actual ID and you lose it, that is categorically worse than... Okay, we're making progress. That is significantly worse than simply Do you have no access to your hands? No, you just don't have a crossbow. Got it. Biggest self-sabotage since Tumblr? Or Reddit, you know? I mean, like, Reddit self-sabotaged extremely heavily by, like, not allowing people to use third-party apps. Like, I still haven't really returned to Reddit, and I didn't even use those apps. Like, Discord has eroded a lot of trust recently. So, I don't know. I think, like, my plan going forward, realistically, is to keep the Discord. Issues aside, keep the Discord. Make an alternative to Discord for most actual discussions. Keep the Discord as a place for some people who want to use it. And spin up something fun, you know? Like, have an alternative to Discord just for a lot of discussion. But when I say spin up something fun, I mean, like, stuff that is indie web adjacent, you know? Even if it's just things for the novelty, like forums. So you feel kind of stuck? Tomato Sim, I have a question. Your friends will keep on using it, so you feel kind of stuck. That's fine. I mean, my friends kept using, like, Skype for years. I remember when Discord first came out. My server, and my current server, my Discord server, was one of the first servers that was actively on Discord's platform. It was a beta server, so it's got a very low, like, account number associated with it. And I remember pitching Discord to people. It was like, it's TeamSpeak, but it doesn't cost anything, was the pitch. I did a fuck ton of marketing for Discord back in the day. For free. Because, you know, it was a very useful community building tool at the time. And I think it still is. And back then it was really hard to bring new people onto that service because everybody was already on Skype. Everybody was already on that one TeamSpeak server they were a part of. But there was a point where Skype got really bad and everybody just suddenly ended up there. Kind of overnight. Like, it was very quick. Happened suddenly. And I think that can and will happen again. You know, I'm not too worried about that. I think what matters is not forcing people off of Discord. I think for me, what matters is what matters is pretty simple. And that is, I would like to have future safety for my community. I don't want to lose my community in any situation. And so that means I want to have backups. I want to have plan Bs. I want to have other opportunities. Largely, my Discord will continue to exist. There's no reason for it to go away. But I want to have a built backup in case of emergency. And I do think that is one of the most valuable things you can do. Even if, like, the majority of the user base doesn't move, right? Like, I host my own blog, and a fraction of people who follow me on other platforms read my blog, or subscribe to it. And an even smaller fraction of those people, whoopsies, continue reading outside of that. Why is these all gettings? I guess I just don't have enough slabs. Makes sense. Oh, I see. Hold up. Ha! That's the issue. No, it's all good. Tomato sin. Since a lot of people use Discord as a forum, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think that that's... Well, I mean, I agree that that's an issue. I don't think it matters. Genuinely, PT Kato. It's already not indexed in Google. And I don't think that anything is going to change with that. Like, yes, that is an issue. I agree. It's not indexed in any search engine, so for lack of a better term, who really cares? Like, it's a shitty forum, but and it sucks that that's how people use it, but I personally think that the preservation and sanctity of your personal information is more important than the archival of Discord as a platform. And it kind of hurts to say that, but I do genuinely feel that way. Like, yeah. Most internet information that's useful isn't indexed anymore. That's why search engines are becoming less useful. Ignore. I mean, I've thrown out the idea. Well, it's not even that people don't use real forums anymore. It's that people don't. To me, it's not that people don't use real forums. It's that new equivalent platforms aren't Google searchable. But I do also think that part of the reason people use platforms like Discord is because there's like a semblance of privacy, you know? It feels like a private space for you and your friends. And I think that that's valuable to people. Like, honestly, I do think that that has value. And I honestly think that is part of why platforms like Discord have been successful over the years, is because, you know, it's a space for you and your friends. Unless someone's invited, they can't really see that. So I think that people kind of knew going in that that would be the problem. I mean, I remember joking back in the day when Discord was taking off. It was like, how long until this is the next Mumble? It was like the joke for a minute. Or how long until this turns into raid call? Like, it's a matter of time. I mean, think about all of the valuable information that was archived in Skype chats. There's already been a leak, said Nalf. What do you want about? Like, that happened a couple months ago. There was a leak where a bunch of photo IDs got leaked. But it wasn't Discord directly. It was like the third party that was managing their ID identification. It's like 70,000 people's identification got leaked. It's not glorified IRC for one main reason. IRC isn't persistent. And anybody can take over an IRC server by simply logging on. And so the reason IRC has never had the same kind of catch-all is because it's not that there's no point in building a community on an IRC, but it is significantly more difficult to maintain continuity on an IRC. It's less of a top-down community and more of a topic, if that makes sense with IRC. So Twitch chat is glorified IRC. Discord's not going to go under. Pizzicato, there's too much information on it. And they're doing that right now as part of their business model. Like, you do realize, like, they sell information. Like, that's how they make the majority of their money. Are they as direct about it as other companies? No. But Dorf just died. Like, they don't need to go under to do that. They're already doing that. I miss when we could slap people with trouts in Twitch chat, the 80s hammer. Twitch chat is a bunch of bots. They're designed to make us dumb, chat. Think about it. We smart. I'm just going to make a spot to train some of the military down here. It's just gonna take a little bit to figure out what people latch onto as an alternative. I don't know. There's like a part of me that's quite interested in eugenics. I've listened to the chunk of the soundtrack this morning. I don't know. I mean, it's one of those games, sort of like Slay the Spire for me, where on one hand, sure, yeah, I'm interested in eugenics. But in reality, there's a trillion people that are already covering that game, and the need for content of Edmund McMullen games generally is so heavily overfilled that people get tired of seeing it, let alone like are still interested in seeing it. So I don't know. There's part of me that's kind of interested in it, but I think I think the answer is most likely probably not. It's Mewgenics, M-E-W Genics. I'm actually kind of expecting me saying the name of that game to get me demonetized on YouTube for the day. Clone Doll's been missing for a week. Vokar's been... Okay, what the fuck's happening? People burning up here? No. Are they in squads? No. I don't know what's happening to these dwarves, but people are dying. So that's not good. I'm just going to assume that that's not good. 2 people died. Actually, I think 3. But no, Mewgenics, the cat game, was actually announced like 15 years ago at PAX. And then it took Edmund McMullen like 10 years to buy the rights to the IP back. It's definitely possible they fell into here. Ah. I'm mostly certain I saw a dwarf in there. I'm actually just going to get rid of that dump zone and go down to here and place back this one. Let's just get this lever pulled. That's funny. Just launched everything up into the air. Don't throw you in. And you know what? I'm just going to place a block on top of this and just crush this stuff. Give it a good old crush real quick. Dwarf named, oh, you got hit with garbage flying out. That's fair. Because all this stuff's going to get flung around and then crushed. Let's get that crushed. Then opened again. And get you opened again. Okay. We are cleaning stuff up finally, and everybody's got bedrooms. Okay. I am going to put a squad over here. 2 squads, actually. And I'm going to go up to here. And I'm going to throw in fortifications. I'm going to give them chests. Say 2. Give them nicer ones and they can go train. Crow evolution. I mean, it's like it's a turn-based strategy game about, you know, creating wacky combos based on breeding mechanics, which is like, you know, it certainly seems like a neat game. I'm not going to knock it for that. Oh, guess my woodcutter died. With water under it, no dwarf seems to be dumping. So you should make it into a pit pond and then assign them to the pit. A forgotten beast named Spugak has come, a towering, scaly wabbit. It has a wound shell and it undulates rhythmically. Its wethit scales are large and set far apart. Beware its deadly spittle. Shh, we're hunting wabbits. Where is it? Spugak is on the lower layers, but is going to make his way up. Mark my words. Yeah, he's making his way up. That's not a wabbit that you think. There it is. On his way up. Let's get the dwarves inside. Hey, look. There's a giant earthworm, chat. I'm going to name him Jim. It's Jim. Tell Jim I said hi. Oh no, is Eurus being killed by a forgotten beast? I think there's a chance there's a child getting murdered by it. Do you think we'll do better than the last one, chat? I hope so. It's been a while. You know, Tommy Tallarico did the music for that. His mother's very proud. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. So, chat, I guess I have an open question for all of you crazies out there. If I made a forum for this community, what the fuck would it be? And would you use it? Those are the 2 questions. Yeah. What the fuck would it be and would you use it? Did I ever play the Earthworm Jim games? I played a demo for a Earthworm Jim game once and didn't make it through the first level. I don't know which one it was. I know that they made more than one. But I didn't make it through the first level of the one that I played, so not really. So ideally, this Forgotten Beast is going to hit a firing squad. Chat, can I get a bunch of dwarves throwing bolts? Because that's ideally what's about to happen. There's something about this that's just plain funny to me. Look at all that. Look at them go! Turn him into a pincushion! Oh no, dodge the blob! Here he comes around the corner. Uh-oh, I should probably move more smoothly. Get him, dwarfies! You got him! This is great training opportunity. I'm assuming queuing green tea's in the middle of this. Flying iron bolt hits it in the head, fracturing the skull, bleeding heavily. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bolts equipped. Excellent. Well done, pincushion makers. I fucking love watching large squads of Mark's dwarves just fire bolts off. Oh, it's dead. It's going down. It's just a matter of time now. Firing squad complete. Eh. Oh, I'm certain. Jesus. I'm allowed to make fun of Earthworm Jim, though. Like, I don't talk about... For clarity here, YouTube chat, I don't talk about Earthworm Jim fondly. I talk about it because I think it's funny to reference. Because it's one of those franchises that, like, yeah, there's nostalgia for it, but, like, everybody kind of just accepts and knows that it's bad. Like, we're aware that Earthworm Jim ain't great. And that's kind of the fun of it. At least, in my mind, that's the fun of it. Why am I failing to click twice? That is one mangled corpse. Firing squad go brrr. Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna let this run. The dwarves are just making this in a minute. Just gonna turn off the, whoops. Turn off the burrow. I really hope that we get Forgotten Beast unique corpses. I really hope that that comes soon. Because I kind of miss the old look for the corpses, even though they were just like, it's a square that's gray now. Certainly, yeah. No, there's nostalgia for it, but like, I also have nostalgia for like Commander Keen. I don't think Commander Keen was ever super good, though. Oop, looks like we will be able to butcher the beast. Let's see what we get for it. We currently have 10 meat in the fort. What do we think that's going to get us up to? This is a giant rabbit. I'll bet you this thing would make pretty good soup. I'm going to make some bone bolts. And I'm just going to queue those up for whenever we have bolts available. I'm just going to say, check this monthly. And if the number of rotten body parts is greater than 30, just mix them. Might as well. Fill out the extra ammo containers. Okay, so let's see what we get from this. So anyways, let's backtrack a little bit. If I were to make a forum, what the fuck would it be? I like how it only had individual tooth. Because rabbits have like 2 big teeth. It only had tooth. Not teeth. That's kind of funny. If I were to make a forum, would you use it? And what the fuck would we use it for? I mean, you can sort of do that with totems, but they don't look all that cool. I'll just also queue up some totems, I think. Sorry, totemable is a sentence I wasn't on my bucket list. I'm going to throw 2 sets of bolts on that. 2 sets of bolts on that. Large gem. X2 on that. And maybe that'll make you slightly happier with the value of your space. Getting a little bit of lag hitching here. A lot of water dripping down into there, but that's fine. Wood is the main priority here. Or one of the main priorities. Satisfied after learning about archery. So these 3 squads, I'm just going to set to monthly orders. So they'll be periodically in and out. And that's what I'm going to do with some others. So I'm going to make just a, assuming you are not assigned as another specific task squad, I'm going to set them to monthly orders and get them training up here. Get all of these dwarves grabbing bolts as best they can. Not entirely sure what's up with you. Not grabbing ammo. We may just be out of ammo. Interesting. That's another one, root app. There's like 3 or 4 that have popped up that I'm suddenly aware of in like the last 24 hours-ish. Yeah, I don't know. You would post art on the forum? Same directories that we already have in the Discord? Yeah. RP is like dangerous, but I mean, you can, that is something you can sort of already do on the Discord. We are making progress down here, but I can probably shut you off now. Because lava's bubbling up out of here, and this is removing excess. So what I think I'm going to do... Uh-oh. What's attacking us? Something's a weird... Something is joining an existing conflict. It's got to just be against Kias. Let's just send 2 squads right there. And I got a ghost I got to deal with. Iral. First, let's just go down to kind of this area, which is a fairly underutilized section of the fort. It would be this one, right? Yeah, it looks like it. No, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I mean, I think that they like if we're talking about Earthworm Jim today, I have a feeling those. It's not that they were highly requested. It's just it was a recognizable brand in an era of not a lot of recognizable brands. So I'm gonna start making green glass discs. I'm gonna make 500 of them. And 500 sand. And the reason we're going to do that is I'm going to start putting traps up on the surface. Let's get rid of that ghost. Queen's still unhappy. My captain of the guard needs an office. Did you not have an office? Drunkard. Now you have an office. How do you get green glass? You need a glass furnace. This one is powered by magma, but they don't need to be powered by magma. You need bags that are empty. And then you need sand. Then you need to make a sand collection zone. And you need to collect 1 sand in a bag for every thing of glass you want to make. Or you could make clear glass, which requires extra steps. Or you could make crystal glass, which requires even more extra steps. But green glass is just requires sand. It would be the fortress of the community? Build it up like you do the stream. That's a fun way to put it. Yeah, I don't know. Like, when it comes to Dwarf Fortress communities, like, if you want a Dwarf Fortress forum community, that already exists, right? Tarn runs it. Like, just for all intents and purposes, go use that. That being said, like, this is an artifact throne that I'm going to put into the Queen's chambers. That being said, I do think that, like, minimum, I want a self-hosted or self-hostable alternative to Discord. Something where I have ownership over part of it. And right now, I don't feel like I'm in a situation where I have ownership of any of it. And that doesn't feel great. And that's the issue, is I just don't feel like I have ownership of any of it. Dick Sword can suck it. Careful, I think they might be into that. Okay, so Queen is now satisfied with her office. Still gotta work on the bedroom and the throne room. Working on it. Still working on it. Ghostly worker has been put to rest. Just gonna get these loaded. That's what I like to see. How are the bolts and crossbows doing? Still need more crossbows. Kind of need a lot more crossbows, actually. Let's just make 30 wooden crossbows. Oh, shit. Oh, they're still stationed. Go back to training, or don't. I'm just going to start chucking in weapon traps. Which is going to take a little bit, but maybe don't use the bows. So you get connected to that. And then pull and pause it. And I need to do one of these. And one of those. So don't go into these unless you absolutely need to. Because these are going to turn off soon. Tomato Sim! Thank you very much for the tier 1. Drowned? Oh, this dwarf's been dead for a while. That was the, or a dwarf whose ghost I dealt with ages ago. I could probably recover the corpse, though. I like how they died with a fluffy wambler. There's something about that that's kind of funny. Why is there so much vomit? Dwarves being cave adapted, but mostly goblins, actually. Mostly goblins. Goblins were a majority of it. I mean, I have a Patreon still because Patreon has some payment methods that my website doesn't, but I've done that. So count that as 3, I guess. They have the blog problem where it's difficult. Yeah, it's difficult to get people to convert, you know. But at the end of the day, like I have a blog, and for full transparency here, the blog is more successful than my Patreon these days. Like it does actually do better. So some people do convert. No liquid other than water and lava will actually pool with depth. No mold. So no, you cannot. Only water and lava can do that. I'm actually kind of impressed at how quickly the population mood is like stabilizing after that last siege, though. Now, even though the dwarves are going to keep puking, they will actually clean it up now that it's on floor, which is kind of funny. I would cause sickness. I don't know about it being sick, but it would certainly like be a vector for some pretty horrendous disease. If nothing else. Yeah, they just need crossbows. That's all that they actually need. We have plenty of ammo. These dwarves are off duty at the minute, but I literally just said no, it cannot, Corey Fancy Pants. You literally cannot do that. That is not a feature of the video game. Okay. So this, which is now hooked up to this lever, can be shut off. And start filling my mode again. Sure, certainly, but Tarn has talked at length many times as to why that really isn't not viable is kind of the wrong way to put it, but why that isn't something that happens, I guess. Like why the game can't currently do that. It's a pretty heavy engine limitation as I understand it. You know, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to shut you off for a little bit and just let the lava repool. I'll say it's this one. Yes. Because right now, the lava in this layer, right here, kind of just needs to restabilize. So now you're no longer powered. So this will all restabilize. The lava up here will lower down. And if I need to fill this fucking thing up, I can do that extremely quickly. Modders get on it. It's one of those things where if that was possible, it would have been done already. Which is actually one of the funny things that often comes up with Dwarf Fortress is like something like that is mentioned. Someone says, "Modders, get on it." It's like, yeah, that would have been in the game like 20 years ago if that was moddable. And I can actually say that now because, like, you know, this game's been around that long. Dwarf Fortress is only a couple months older than Roblox, after all. Only a couple months older than Roblox. Another dwarf's been missing for a week. Ah. Makes sense. Well, I'm gonna turn on this burrow. I'm assuming we don't actually have that much. Okay, so what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to take this secondary burrow and just assign all of this. I'm going to go down to here and I'm going to assign all of this. And you, I'm just going to embiggen for a little bit. And go. Now, officially, the only task is to haul logs into that. Mostly. Never mind, I kind of lied. Okay, well, what if I do this? We go to up here and put like a third of my dwarves like right there as defense. Turn off this. Maybe turn on that. And hit T. And just pause everything. Let's just get a bunch of shit put away. Because I got a lot of shit that needs to be put away. Minimum distractions. Maximum putty stuff away. We'll see you later, Canton. Thanks for hanging out. Someone in chat actually, or in the comments once asked Tarn, like, how the game tracks the volume of, like, non-pooling liquids, and if it does. And Tarn said it does abstractly, basically, but it doesn't have the leveling algorithms that other liquids have, and the other liquids are hard-coded, so they would need to be rewritten, basically. But Tarn has also, like, talked about if he ever rewrites the lava and water, he wants it to be capable of being deeper. As in, like, making it possible for it to be, like, 64 layers deep and stuff. Which is, like, a wild concept. Take items from that stockpile. It's already stockpile number 5. Say everything, basically. Literally abstract quantum vomit. Yes. I'm like hesitant to like just say yes, but yes. The series of words abstracted quantum vomit is like weirdly disturbing to me for some reason, and I'm not sure why. Do that, and I'm just going to say iron battle axe. So we'd use the forum for the discussion of the highest caliber. Yeah, well. There's a bunch of troglodyte fights happening at the minute. Allegedly. Not seeing the trogs themselves, but... I'm not sure, but the frame rate just vanished. Bad news, chat. I have to take a piss. Good news. I'm going to go take a piss. Ads are going to run in 3 minutes anyways. I'm just going to run them at the minute. And I will be back in a moment.
Cheese for everyone!
Doing. Or a snake venom light aquifer. Ooh. Thankfully, they would have to ingest it to actually make it have much of an effect, but... Thankfully, this is causing a bunch of pausey thoughts. We're into early spring. Cool, we're forging those iron battle axes. Dang it is working on it. Also, I should note, you can absolutely redeem a dwarf if anybody wants one. Or if you want me to check in on a dwarf that you have, let me know. Okay, so frame rate is really bad. Store item squad, drop off inaccessible. That's probably what it is, but... Okay, so 409's running into some problems. Let's turn this off. What are you trying to drop off? Interesting. Disabling the storage options, like, fix the frame rate immediately. Huh. Weird. This looks much cleaner now that I've got flooring in, which is good. So something else I'm going to do, which I very rarely actually do, is I'm going to put in paved roads. So I think paved roads look ugly as hell. However, they give dwarves happy thoughts when they see them. So I'm going to make them and then make them invisible. Because if I have roads, the dwarves do like to see them. So that's a good thing. However, if I make them invisible, then I don't have to see them. And everybody wins. What command are you looking for, Skithy? Legends is probably the only one that actually matters to you. Or Discord, which both of those are pretty straightforward. Although Discord commands in 2025 are a little Although actually, I still have like the warning on my Discord, which is kind of funny. I never did get rid of it. And that was after the last bout of inshitifying. Not even the current bout of inshitifying. Because you can't build on top of them? Yeah, I mean... Remember when you couldn't build on top of floors, chat? Does anybody actually remember that? Or is that just like the real OGs these days who remember that? Because back in my day, you couldn't build on any roads. Not just paved ones. I'm waiting for the goblins to attack me again. Where are you, goblins? Do you need me to attack you? I already killed one of my better commanders. Oh, hey, the elves have arrived. That's nice. Player mood manipulation with quantum roads. Hey man, if I didn't need to see roads in real life,
Over here, he has a sword.
I would feel the same way. See, now I do that. Now I don't need to see them. Using this tool. You just don't use Twitch much? Well, I mean, you figured it out, Skithy. Would you like a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? You know, it's funny, when talking about forum ideas and such, and YouTube chat saying, build up like you do in this game, and my brain is going, but usually I just dig a deeper hole. Oh no. You know? It's like, kind of, but I thought we were supposed to dig deeply and greedily. Dig so deeply that nobody can find his content anymore. It's funny. A beardy cook. Do I have a cookie? Let's see. I do happen to have a dwarf with beard who cooks. He's a great cook, in fact. Are you a cook IRL, or is that just the vibe for today? He disdains even the best advice and from associates and family, relying strictly on his own counsel. He doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and doesn't isn't given to flights of fancy. He has a greedy streak and he tends to think before acting. He likes a little excitement now and then, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others, and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He occasionally overindulges and scratches his ear when he's nervous, and he greets others with a hug. Oops, often greets others with a hug. He often, he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. He personally does not respect the law and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He likes rutile as well as pig iron and alexandrite and great oak and muskox leather, giant pond turtle shell, and the color golden yellow. Crowns and the sound of the rhythmic sweetness of Impossible prefers to consume giant dragonfly, whip wine, not vine, and whip vine flower. So whip wine and whip vine flower, as well as absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. That last one's a mood. Setting off to his quarters, which are modest. You're a hugger? You sure you're not a hugger by profession? Professional hugger. There was a while ago, this chat fell down a rabbit hole of professional colors, or cuddlers, not colors, which are, I'm not sure what they are, but we found a few websites for various cuddle salons where you would hire a professional cuddler and then cuddle for an hour. It's one of the strangest things I've ever seen. One of the weirder rabbit holes I've fallen into. Speaking of rabbit holes, how are you doing, Lanix? You run your own squad now, because I've got a bunch of them, because we lost a bunch of dwarves to Forgotten Beasts, so now we're running the localized defensive squads, which admittedly aren't fully armed all the time because, you know, they're just local defense squads. But I'm actually going to set all of these squads to ready. Just no orders and see how many of them actually have full sets of gear, because I don't think all of them do. What kind of cooking do you do, if I can ask Skithy? One of my moderators manages a restaurant. Okay, let's get these turned back on, because I believe that you are probably appropriately filled. So this immediately starts gushing over, which is what we wanted to see. And if it bubbles up high enough, then it'll spill over the edge again. It'll eventually get there. I could give it a boost, but eh. So now is the time of day where I find out if my new lighting setup was a good idea. Because right now is around the time of day where the rays of sunshine from the window that's over yonder would obliterate the stream's ability to stay lit. So let me know. If sun rays start showing up behind me, please tell me. And if I get hit by a sunbeam, I will go fix it.
I was bored, so I clicked the button.
You clicked the button. I appreciate you for clicking the button. How can I help you be less bored? I feel like that's my job to fix. And my failure that you're bored. But thank you very much for the Prime for the 15th month. Or is the act of clicking the button what's fixing your boredom? Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? You've been doing it since 16, so 27 years now. Wait, so you're 27 now, or you've been cooking for 27 years? But the super high-end stuff? Currently you do bar cooking, it's nice and easy. I feel like bar cooking has a lot of advantages. Just like community-based advantages. Like I'm a frequent bar sitter, so I hang out at a lot of bars, and I tend to hang out at bars until they close. And I do find that, I don't know, a lot of people seem to get a lot of extra bonuses out of working in that line of work. $43 now, cooking for 27 years. Damn. That's impressive. Devilon, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Dude, I don't know how to actually properly thank you. Like you're such an MVP in these parts. Like I don't know where I would be without people like Devil Dawn. This is plain old sports bar fare. Yeah, but like plain and old doesn't mean that it's easy to cook, and also doesn't necessarily mean that and also means that it can be bad. Like you can have plain old simple sports bar fare, but it's terrible because it's not cooked right. Especially like, you know, the memorable or the things that everybody feels that they can cook at home. You really, your margin for error and your window for success is lower, because if people say, man, I can make a better burger than that at home, then it kind of becomes a, like as an example, I almost never go out for lunch or dinner, but I often go out for brunch. And the reason I often go out for brunch is I can't for the fucking life of me make it, like, I know it's not that hard, but I can't make a hollandaise sauce, like, consistently. But I can just go get an Eggs Benedict, and they will, and the places I go to make a great hollandaise sauce. So it's like, if it's something that I don't feel that I can do at home, I will go purchase it out. I mean, you better be if you've been at it for 27 years. That or you've just been really mid for a really long time. And cheers for still being around, Nixamo. Appreciate you. Although, I will say this. There's this one, like, punk music venue that I go to that has food that's better than it has any right to be. And one of the best parts about that place is, like, most of their food is, like, frozen and, like, reheated and such. But, like, the stuff that they use is, like, locally produced at the very least. So, like, yeah, you're eating a frozen hamburger, but, like, it's a frozen hamburger that was like made locally with local ingredients and hasn't been frozen that long is like the distinction there. But one of the things that they have on their menu is just a hot dog, and it's like a punk venue, right? So if you're at that venue, like you're listening to music that's real fucking loud. And the shows start late enough there that there really isn't anything else open. And there's something kind of great about being able to get a hot dog and fries for $10, which also comes with a $5 discount on your next beer. So it's actually like $14 for fries and a beer and a hot dog. There's nothing fancy about it, but it's a good hot dog. Snatchers have arrived to steal the childs. 2 snatchers have arrived to steal the childs. And these ones have been here twice, in fact. This one has been here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times! He's very patient indeed. They immediately run away after getting bolts fired at them. And Madame Usharir with her crutch is chasing the goblin. How dare you try to steal our vulnerable children, you green monster! And she's beating him to death. Holy shit! Look at how many free bags we're getting. That's a lot of free bags. She must know somebody in the glassworks industry and goes, we could always use some more of those. You know, they say that they're child snatchers and they're here to kidnap the kids. In reality, I hate to break it to them, but they're just free bag delivery. She may have suffered a major injury and be a nervous wreck now, but she is whacking that thief with her wood crutch. Repeatedly. Bruising the liver. Lady's got it. Knocked all of the bags out of this creature's hands. Beat him the hell up. Maybe we can get several dwarves over and into here to deal with this goblin before they leave the map. Ain't no child getting snatched in that dwarf's home fort. So they're shooting at something. I don't actually know what, but they're shooting at something. Oh, giant vultures, apparently. Also, there's a ghost that has appeared. It's missed him. I guess I missed him when I was engraving doors before. Lots of giant vultures getting shot at, that's for sure. Your birthday was a week ago and you had some friends over? Oh, here comes another giant vulture. Immediately gets scared away. Uh-oh. That's not what you want to see. You don't want to see dwarves getting stuck on the upper layers. Nor do you want to see them climbing down. Alright, let's actually send these dwarves back inside. I think I'm actually going to get you stationed out here. The fenced skies. And they're going to train over there. This is going to be the outdoor squad. It's the toughest squad. I mean, they're going to be in conflicts the most consistently. Or perhaps this is something I should just, like, forbid and unforbid periodically. Oh, there goes another one. Just like that. Glorious. Look at that. Instantly dead, giant vulture. What are they all storing in bins? Oh. Bolts. Look at all those fucking bolts that are getting stored. Picked up, put away. It's gonna be a lot of that. A whole lot of that.
I guess it didn't take last week. So I'll report the nice number again.
Nice. I know that, like, if cookies get deleted and such, there's a few instances where those can get lost, but it's good to have you around for another week, man. Appreciate it. Someone's missing. Aban. Somebody definitely fell into the lava. There's no way. That's not what happened. I don't know. Make a slab. If not that, then someone got stuck in the caverns, most likely somewhere. All right, let's unforbid all these jobs now that things seem to be getting a little bit better done. Okay. Cool. That actually seems to be working now. Okay, so now that you are all training up here, you can just go get drinks whenever. And I'm going to make a food stockpile up here for prepared meals. And drinks. And they're going to take items from over here. Easy enough. Poor guy's picking up crap after a huge battle. Oh, I mean, you kind of see it in video games a little bit. Although it depends on the movies. I'm sure that there's a movie somewhere where they show that. Do I have blocks where I could start putting in stairs? I do. I also need to get a bunch of Not stairs necessarily, but more cabinets and such into bedrooms. Any bedroom that is just like full of clothes needs an extra cabinet because then they can put their clothing away, like this one. Something else was found. Dwarf was found missing. Oh, I see. Dwarf was put to rest. And I need to make a planter's guild, so let's get to that. Let's just subtract you down to nothing. What if I make this into a planter's guild? There's enough space there. This was going to be a throne room, so it's also close enough to be a guild. Okay. So this was the location that I attacked where there was thousands of baddies there. I think we are just going to go... We're going to go hit these ones. Let's send off the tin wheels, led by Tun, who's adequate. Pretty decent at the job. She's going to take her baby with her off to battle. She is grouchy after drinking the same old booze, but does seem to like most of her job. I say wish her luck because I think she's going to need it. Content after remembering being near a waterfall. That aquifer in the stairs is doing some work. Tholteg, the potter, has been possessed. What are you going to go claim? I don't really have any pottery shops. Okay, so you claim a glass furnace. Interesting. You recently learned the folly of making a primary stockpile too large and food and drink, never making it anywhere else convenient. Make small ones and then tell them to take from it. So, like, the one in my tavern takes from the large one specifically. So, basically, it prioritizes the take from stockpiles over the initial big one. So, if you have an original big one, just simply take from it with other small ones, and that'll sort out that issue for you. Like, take stockpiles are one of the most valuable things to figure out how to make quickly. Oh, my broker's dead. Okay, well, David, you can be my broker now. Queen can just have that task for the minute. So yeah, no, like the give and take stockpiles are kind of your friend there. Like this is the central stockpile. This stockpile over here. Well, okay, actually, apparently I stopped it from doing that. This stockpile over here takes from there. And then this drinks stockpile also takes from there. So these are two separate stockpiles, one for food, one for drink. They both take from here. Plus any other random stuff that just gets made. This should give items to here and give items to there. Why don't you allow drink or prepared meals? You should. What? What have I done? Something stupid. Anywho, these deliver to this stockpile and this redistributes to everywhere else. I see where I fucked up. That moment when, like, you realize you changed something ages ago and then completely spaced on it and then never fixed it. Mouse beater. Thanks for the 12 months. Chat, can I get 12 beers for 12 months? Remember, this channel doesn't encourage drinking. Drinking is optional. It's simply a celebratory gesture. That is the entire intent of it. Let's check all of these dwarves, especially as we get further down. I think think I need some quivers. Not optional for dwarves. That is true. Yes, we're just trying to keep the dwarves powered. You already had your Galangal? What is that? That you've infused your vodka with, or that the vodka was infused with? I fucking love the way this fort looks, chat. It looks so goddamn dope. Looks so cool. Some migrants have arrived. Fresh meat for the military. Doesn't handle stress well. You're gonna hate it here. Dreams of mastering a skill. Get into the military. You're a spear dwarf. Also brought some yaks. Potter has created a green glass goblet and offers it to the seed of creation. What does my queen need? A lot of stuff. Put that into one of my queen's rooms, then we'll read its description. Do I have any extras? No. Yo! I don't think I've seen a artifact goblet yet. They've got like a unique sprite. This is a green glass goblet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval cut plume agates and marquee cut morions, and decorated with baguette cut green glass gems, and encircled with bands of round brilliant cut green glass gems, and emerald cut plume agates, and tower cap. This object menaces with spikes of mudstone and chert. On the item is an image of table cut gems in water buffalo leather. That's pretty cool. Didn't realize that they had a unique sprite. The more you know. I need to make more pedestals. Let's focus on trying to get the value of this queen's space up. Let's go gem windows as well. See what they can do with all that. If that gets the value of her spaces high enough, which is the hope. Lighting is still good, so thumbs up. What's up, Kentonguru? You capitalized your name. I am impressed. You'll love to see it, man. Okay, squatties have returned. Let's see how this siege went. They attacked the Pink Seduction. The Goblin Atu outmatched the Dwarf. Plank Kiss with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. The Tin Wraiths, led by the dwarf Plankkiss, clashed with 7 goblins. They didn't slay any of them, though. Tussled with a bunch. Ladders escaped unscathed. What about the step stools? Well, okay. So they didn't win. They were defeated, but they got away. How about we raid them? We raid them. We raid them. And we raid them. So I'm going to send all those squads separately to go attack it. That is a silly number of hours. I mean, how many am I at? I don't know, man. I'm in a different millennium. No, it's not off cooldown. My B. I'm dumb. Look at me trying to invest a huge number and not being able to because it's not off cooldown. Silly, silly me. Just left while the goblin was still alive. Or are you asking if the goblin on the surface survived? No, that goblin on the surface was shot to death. But we are trying to launch an invasion on the goblins at the moment. And here's hoping we start being successful. It's not on cooldown, Xylium. It's not on cooldown! Or it's on cooldown. Don't invest. I'm debating my chat. I'm sorry. It's okay, I also can't read. There's no shame in that. Now we get to find out. You can be taken off of woodcutting so you can actually equip the right things. I like how I send all my squads out, and the number of depressed dwarves drops dramatically. Well, I mean, you can always check if you have merch available to redeem, but there is actually a couple people that have merch available to redeem, and I'm waiting for them to pop into my chat so I can be like, hey, go redeem your merch that you won 2 months ago. Because it's been a while since my merch has sold well enough that I can actually, like, afford to do redraws on the merch without paying for it out of pocket. So, because, like, gifted merch, if it's not redeemed, I just keep the full amount. So what I do is I wait until there's, like, a surplus of revenue in the merch store and then just sell the other stuff. I know, I mean, it's for gifted merch. Pink Primeval. Okay, so a bunch of them have returned already. Let's see how this went. So first off, Mahogany Mine attacked dwarf Tomb Chambers. That's a good name. Led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin named Atu. The goblin outmatched the dwarf with a cunning plan, and the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Lot of even draws. They clashed with 7 goblins. Didn't slay any of them. I actually have no idea how effective Marks dwarves are going to be. Oh, they snuck in undetected. That's good. They stole treasure. Blizzard Man leather backpacks? Blizzard Man leather quivers? Bruh. I stole a Bobby Kotick branded backpack. That's terrible. I'm offended on behalf of my dwarves. I'm assuming those just look normal, right? Yeah. Does have granite cabochons on it, though. Speaking of merch, Anonymous is gifting a Vile Force of Mug. Actually, hold on. Let me confirm. I might be wrong here. I think that might be the first Vile Force of mug sold this month. Hey, chat, if you're watching on Twitch, type an exclamation point and enter, and you will get a chance to win one of those mugs. Okay, that is the third thing sold this month and the first Vile Force of Darkness this month. Appreciate you. But yes, please type an exclamation point enter if you're watching on Twitch. Well, you don't just type an exclamation point and hit enter. You have to literally type the word enter. Caps doesn't matter. It's not cap sensitive. You've been crafting, creating heresy. What's wrong with Keeper RL with DF assets? Go nuts. Well, I mean, okay, so Keeper RL uses a free public domain tile set. So those graphics are not unique to that game. There are several other games that are for sale that use that asset pack. So there is that. But yeah, they kind of have like that little cartoony doodle look to them, don't they? It's a good asset pack for sure. Hasn't quite bubbled up to there just yet, but it'll get there, I'm sure. You have to give me extra money. You can do that through my blog, or you could do that through Twitch, or you could do that through Patreon in order to use those commands. It's $7 a month through my blog. I like how we are slowly learning how to train Kias. Another squad headed out. They snuck in undetected, stole treasure. Treasure, is that what we call it now? A rat leather amulet, uh-huh. I'm just gonna say don't loot items. Send 1, 2, 3 squads. Get back out there, dwarves. I feel like I'm sorting out the cavern adaptation issue a little bit. Doesn't remember upon wearing old clothing. Well, you have new clothing now. That's interesting. Eating at a crowded table. I've never seen that one before, but I'm suddenly starting to see it. Let's say rock tables. Rock throne. Let's make 50 of each. And make them out of chalk. We'll get this bettered when it comes to being too busy. What are you oh my godding about? Oh, Skiffy, you won the Vile Force of Mug. I would hold mine up, but it's in the sink right now. Enjoy the mug, man. Enjoy the mug. Appreciate it. And thanks, Anonymous, for the gift. It's very kind of you. So I do have the sieges set to hard, and I'm attacking them pretty deliberately right now, trying to aggravate them. We'll obviously have to see how much that's going to do, how much of an effect that's going to have. Doesn't seem super effective at the minute. This kind of looks like a very cartoony pew laser gun. No. I don't think the store has that capability. I should talk to them about that, because that would actually be a neat concept. Also, I do have to say thank you very much to those of you who've tuned in. You know, a lot of other... Whoa! Seishin is gifting 5 Vile Forces of Mug. If you want a chance to win a mug, type in exclamation point enter. You can only place in lines. I'm just clicking really quickly when it comes to floor tiles. So like if I go block, I will just verbally state every time I click. So click, 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 double click, 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 double click, click, double click, double click, double click, double click, double click, double click, 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 etc. So I'm only doing lines. If it doesn't appear that way, trust me, they are just lines. Just clicking really quickly. Just clicking really quickly. So many gifts today? You know, I'm not gonna lie. Gifts are nice. Making minimums is nice. Having people in chat's better. Like for me, the ideal day isn't a day where a lot of things get gifted. It's not a day where I make a ton of money. An ideal day is just a day where we have an active chat the whole day. Lots of people tune in, and things are very fun and chill. And there's no like arguments. That's the ideal for me. Making the money doing this is lovely and something I depend on, but the ideal for me is honestly just having people to chat with. This dwarf also wasn't able to sneak in, and it seems that we've lost somebody. In fact, the dwarf Locum was struck down. Okay, so Fred Durst, Tibbe, Chicken Fried, Thades Hammer, and Vulpine Anthro. Click on that link and you can go redeem your mug. So we did lose one dwarf in this one. But a goblin, in fact. Dwarfs, tactical supplanting. Okay, so we were able to take out their leader, but that's it. So not much success on that one, but success. That was who we lost. Asm, you can take the spot. A lot of this stuff will get put away eventually, but I'm just doing it this way because it's easier. Holy shit. Dude, thanks for the 20 pack. Christ almighty. If you just got gifted a sub, cheers. And if you're just hanging out and watching, could I get a round of beers? Because that's a 20 pack of gift subs. It's extremely kind. Thanks a ton, dude. Appreciate you. For the mugs and the pile of gifts. Seriously. I've got a ghost I gotta deal with. More ghosts in the closet. I think that's the only one I've got done, yeah. Medtob is the name of the dwarf. Holy shit. There's so many random weapons I don't need. As I just slowly do this. Being specific with weapon traps is such a slow process. I mean, look at how many weapons we have in here. There's so many. Thank you, Session. Appreciate you, man. Where's the party song when you need it? In a tavern somewhere, probably. This is my favorite part. This is the overflow. So once the moat has gone all the way around, lava just naturally bubbles up and spills over on this side. Probably my favorite part of this whole setup. Actually, definitely my favorite part of the whole setup. You wish you had ears that you wish that you had ears that wouldn't make you look like a doofus in ball caps. What are we talking about? I know what you mean about looking like a doofus in ball caps, but are you talking about my like the hats that are on the merch store, or am I missing something? Your queen wants 7 symbols and to dig deeper. You're assuming that what she means is she wants to inspect a raised up close cause bridge up close, because that sounds like a death wish to dig deeper. I mean, you don't need to. The game's just trying to incentivize you. You're not going to get penalized for not doing it. I could tell you what she wants if you want, but killing your noble will do one of two things. It'll either stop you from being able to become a mountain home, or it'll just give you a different noble. But the game's just trying to encourage you to go find fun stuff. To go with your prize mug, you could put the stickers on the mug. I will say one thing about those mugs is they're not machine washable. If you put them through like a harsh washing cycle, it will most likely destroy the imaging on the outside. So do keep that in mind. All of the squads have returned. The final raid is completed. The dwarf Asmil led the attack, and the defenders were led by a goblin. Thumb! 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 The goblin outmatched the dwarf with a cunning plan. And the defenders had a strong positional advantage. Dwarf Deller was struck down by the water of sliding. Dark human pits of Blacktip. Mysterious dungeon of Deep Blind. I'm gonna go pillage Deep Blind. I'm also gonna go pillage Sheer Shaft. I don't give a Sheer Shaft, chat. I'm also gonna check my squad's ammo status at the minute. Uh-oh, somebody was found dead. Or a ghost was laid to rest, probably the latter, actually. Yep, ghost is laid to rest. And it seems that we actually have enough quivers set up now. But chat, thank you very much for those gifts. I mean, genuinely, like, Twitch is what gives me stability. Like, realistically, without the consistency on Twitch, I would be able to do this as a job, but it would be significantly less consistent and a lot more stressful. So the stability and consistency that I get from Twitch is what allows me to do this, and what's kept me doing this as long as I have. So, thank you, chat. Enjoy it. Those mugs, depending on where you are, those mugs will arrive like within 3 days. Like, it's sometimes like ridiculous. Every now and again, I'll see in my shop that somebody ordered a mug, and then it's like less than 2 days goes by, and it's like, mug was delivered. It's like, how the fuck? Like, actually, how the fuck did you do that? That is witchcraft, my guys. Just gonna get all this ore out of here. Fill it in. You got your mug in like 2 days? Yeah, you must be close to a distribution center. That mug is actually popular enough that they make a couple and have them on hand in certain areas, so... Like, enough of them have sold. It was kind of funny. I don't know how long ago it was now. It was sometime last year I got an email from my merch store saying that I'm in the top 10,000 highest selling stores on that site. And because of that, they sent me a free toque. And I was like, for the amount of money I've probably made you, I feel like a toque is a lowball. But thanks. It's a nice toque, though. I gotta tell him it's a nice toque. I can't hate it. It was either that or a free ball cap, and I was like, nah, I'll take the toque. I don't really wear ball caps ever. I do wear toques, though. How about some dividends? In order to get that, I would have to get referrals. Ironically, like, their referral program is really good. Just no one's ever actually signed up with my link, so... Sag. I mean, I'm already making the majority of the revenue, so I'm not too distressed with it. What? Okay, I screwed up. I thought I was using a different tool, but I wasn't. I was using nearest material, which is not what I wanted for any of this. Much better. No fancy metal walls, just mudstone. Oops, that was a screw up. These dwarves aren't that high rent. Although it's kind of funny because, like, I priced down a lot of my merch, like, intentionally, because I feel like keeping stuff, like, reasonable so people are able to gift it and just impulse buy it is more valuable. And every now and again, maybe every couple months, I have like a Zoom call chat with one of their founders, because they do that for, like, to tell you about new features and stuff that's coming to the store, plus, like, you know, general what do you want kind of thing. And almost always their feedback on my store is like, you know, you're doing real well. Like, you sell, your merch sells really well for, like, the size that you're at. I'm like, yeah, that's nice to hear. Or that's thank you, I guess, or whatever. And then they're always like, but if you charged more, you could put it on sale and that would increase your sales. I'm like, well, then I'd have to, like, market sales. Like, why would I do that when I could just, like, charge less and just keep it, like, a fair price all the time instead of charging more so that I can charge less? I have to actually do marketing. Let's make his site blow up. If you blew it up, I might get a stern email from Ghost. Ghost is a really interesting hosting service, by the way, because it's the only company I've ever had where, like, an actual person emailed me unprompted. Because when I first signed up to make that site, Zorganth, I took, like, my email list from my Patreon, which had, like, 400 something emails in it at the time. I just moved it over because I was like, well, you know, people on the Patreon already, you know, are paying for essentially the same features, so I might as well just one-to-one it, right? It's not going to cost them anything extra. I let people know through the Patreon and then did it. And while I was setting it up, I almost immediately got a email directly from Ghost saying, we have suspended your ability to send out mass emails. And the reasoning was, if somebody just appears out of nowhere and just like makes an account on their hosting service and signs up a ton of emails, they just presume that you are like a spammer and they're trying to like not give their service a poor name, which was really funny. Cause I'm just like, I swear I'm just coming from Patreon. Like, they're like, where did you get this email list? I'm probably not in that tone of voice, but excuse me, could you please like inform us as to the location that you've acquired these emails? It's just very funny. It's nice to like get an email from a person and then followed by me like responding with like links to all the things and where I acquired the emails from. They were like, all right, that's cool. Just please make some modifications to your website. We will reactivate your ability to send emails to people. Like, sweet. It's good to know there's people paying attention. It's like one of the bigger sites that uses the same service as 404 Media. And there was a thing a while ago in American politics where some court files were released publicly. Or rather, they got access to some court files through a FOIA request, I think. And they released it publicly through their website. And Ghost's response to them was they sent them an email and said, hey, like, it's great that you've had a lot of success with this recent post, but please warn us if you're going to do that again, because you almost brought our entire service down. Just from people downloading like 100 megabyte PDF, which is just incredible to me. It's nice when you get emails from a person, McConus. Because, like, so many of the emails that I get, I can just, like, see the template in the email. Or I can feel the M dashes radiating through. Because who fucking types with an M dash? I'm not even sure how to put an M dash in on a keyboard, actually. I know what they are. I've seen them in books, but genuinely don't know how to type an M dash. You lose motivation to play it? That's a good question. I mean, I think that you need to realize that for me, this is my job. So it's hard not to have motivation because I kind of have to have motivation to pay my mortgage. But I'm going to go through these and then I'll babble. The first one, these are just going to be cultists. The golden shows of an unknown civilization at Deep Blind. Asmel led the attack and the defenders were led by the dwarf Adept Chaos Stemize. Bridge fair. Dwarf Asmel's tactical planning was superior to the Chaos Stemize, but they had the baddies had a positional advantage. Dwarf Meng, page locked, was struck down by the dwarf Adept Chaos. The Plane of Lures. You literally copy and paste your dashes. That's funny. This one went a bit better, but still lost a dwarf. Trust Tower was struck down. Trust Tower, not Trust Tower. Those are pretty good places to train invading, though. I'm assuming we're going to get attacked soon, so I'm just going to let the dwarves hang out. Motivation to play this game. Setting limitations for yourself is good, but I mean, the thing that okay, historically, the way I would always explain this to people is I don't think Dwarf Fortress is a game that's designed for you to just sit there and play infinitely, unless you're really good at digging into lore. If you're really good at digging into lore, and you're really good and really find enjoyment in digging up stories within a world, I think Dwarf Fortress is a very easy game to just play indefinitely. However, if you are not that sort of person, I think that Dwarf Fortress is honestly best enjoyed as a game where you make a world, you play it for a bit in a fort, you maybe do an adventurer, you maybe read a little bit about it, and then you play another fort, and then you don't play it for a year. Like, honestly, the speed of this game's development is such, in my opinion, that is the best way to enjoy this game. Which, I've said this before and I'll say it again, that is the worst thing for me to say. Because what I should be saying is, well, yes, here are these 15 different challenge runs, and here is all this, and all these different ways that you can stay engaged and continue watching my stream. But I feel like it's more valuable for you as a person who enjoys video games that, like, if you're burnt out after a fort or two, maybe that's the amount that you should be playing that's healthy. Because, like, you don't want to play so much of a game that you don't want to play anymore. And I've seen that happen so many times at this point that, like, maybe it's time to take a break. But outside of, like, me needing this game to do my job, limitations, artificial limitations that you set for yourself are a great way to stay engaged for me. That's probably the best piece of advice I can give, just as a simple statement. Chat, how do you stay motivated to play this game? You don't need to play DF to watch my stream? Sure, certainly, but that might be a little bit unique to you. I don't know. Catapult parts. That might be unique to you because, from my experience, if people are all thinking about Dwarf Fortress and playing it actively, my views go up. You know, it's been a little bit since the last patch. Some other big games have come out, and there's 148 people watching. Back in November, we had about 300 people on average. I literally had twice the people watching a couple months ago. Part of that is the state of the world. Part of that is people's general feeling towards tech. And unfortunately, my creative work gets lumped in with a lot of the problems in tech currently, you know, because Twitch is an Amazon platform. YouTube is a Google platform. If people are pissed off at certain platforms or uninterested in supporting them, unfortunately, I get lumped in with that. Whether or not I have anything to do with what Amazon is up to, I get fallback from Amazon being a bunch of fucks. Same with I get fallback from Google being a bunch of fucks. There's kind of nothing I can do about that, and I don't blame people. It sucks, but it's the reality. You started to appreciate to not having in-game sounds in the second monitor while playing. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. I also think that, like, watching some playthroughs is definitely probably a way to keep at it. Just from, like, comments I've got over the years. I mean, not just what Monty Core just said, right? But cheers, Frosty Noodle, in the YouTube chat, by the way. Sorry, YouTube chat's been real quiet, so I haven't been saying as much or looking at it as often today. I mean, yeah, there's about 60 people watching on the YouTubes, and we have, what? Yeah, 150 here on Twitch, which is great. And thank you to all of you who are hanging out. But, you know, the reality is, like, it is very difficult to stay motivated to play a game when you personally feel burnt out. And the best thing that I can tell you is just simply take a break if you feel the need. Take a break. When Rolf says, I play it occasionally when I got an idea for a fort, and then I take a break after, and so on. 10% of your play time this year was DF, third most played. What was your most played game? Out of curiosity. I think it's also why it's important to have games that scratch a similar itch, but, like, are completely different to play. It's one of the reasons why I think that, like, games like, let's just set everything to monthly orders for a minute. Which is why I think games such as, why am I blanking on the name of this fucking thing? Songs of Six are valuable because it scratches a similar itch, but is a different enough game to play minute to minute that while it's never going to replace Dwarf Fortress because it's so different, it allows you to play a similar feeling game if you want the vibe, but maybe are burnt out on a different game. I mean, I think, like, the reason that I never stick with other games for very long is because, for lack of a better statement, like, more people watch me when I play Dwarf Fort. And while, yeah, I could play something else and slowly build up an audience for that, the difference in income is so substantial that it makes more sense in a lot of cases for me to just, if I need something else for a little bit, to just play it for a little bit and then come back to Dwarf Fort. But you out there watching, you don't have that as a detriment to your ability to go play other things. So I think that's my biggest piece of advice is, one, try and come up with little challenges or variations on your gameplays to keep things interesting and unique. Otherwise, I honestly recommend just take a break, play something else. That's my biggest piece of advice, honestly. It's been abnormal the way you reclaimed at least 15 times now. Jesus. Sure. Well, I am the Dwarf Fortress streamer. I mean, that was my goal, so I've achieved that. I think the birds have appeared again because the frame rate dropped again. Now the frame rate's back. Yep, definitely birds. How about we get a few different squads up here training? Okay, so we're up to midsummer. I'm going to send out one more squad to go hit something. This is always a risk to send this out. But I'm going to try and raid this site with all the Blizzard men in again. Because if they can successfully get in and out of that without getting caught, the odds of us being able to get some cool livestock out of this are very high. So we're going to try it again. Keep at it. Dangerous side. I think yes and no. I don't think that game is suffering, but I was also just throwing it out as an example, right? You know, like maybe your way of seeing something different for a bit is playing Kenshi. Maybe it's Star Sector. Maybe it's Mountain Blade. Maybe it's SimCity. That was just an example of a game that I played for a little bit, but also didn't last that long for a handful of reasons. Mostly just not as many people watch. And ironically, I'm kind of regretting it because traffic has been a lot slower, you know? Like, I might be the streamer for this game, but that's also the problem with me being the streamer for this game is if I'm playing this game and if I don't play this game for a period of time, then less people watch me for quite a while until the next big patch because I've strayed away and people get distracted easily. Like, they always talk like that's not the case. Like, you know, we'll be back or whatever, but that's not really true. The internet has a very short-term memory, and it's always been that way, and I think it always will be. Not that that's a bad thing necessarily, it's just kind of a fact. Oh, that's fair, White Tiger. I mean, please support smaller Dwarf Fortress channels. Just in general, because, like, you know, there's probably somebody out there that feels this way, but, like, believe it or not, I am only capable of growing if the community around this game is growing. So I will eventually stagnate and vanish. Maybe not vanish, but like, you know, my audience size will shrink if there aren't other people playing this game. Like, some of you might know Disnoff, who is the RimWorld streamer. And he exists because and is as successful as he is because of the number of people streaming RimWorld. There is a huge number of people streaming that game, and the result is he grows exponentially every single time there's a major patch. And I do grow whenever there's a major patch, but it contracts back down to where it was before, almost as fast as it increases usually. Dwarf has been found dead. Oh no! I'm gonna just assign a coffin to that dwarf. Because I know that that dwarf isn't going to get a coffin otherwise. What a shame. Angry birds incoming. Someone is just leaning on their horn outside. What's funny is like these vultures aren't even agitated. They're just like normal giant vultures. It's always going to be kind of amazing to me. Oh, I know Deep Space, yeah. I mean, I raid Deep Space all the time. You know, fun fact, Deep Space is about the same size as I was before Dwarf Fortress launched. Yeah, there's been a few people that have been streaming it as of late. I think that, like, eventually the community will grow, and I do think it is growing. But, you know, there's a reason why most of the time I just raid whoever's playing Dwarf Fortress in the evening, right? It's because I'm trying to encourage people to stream this game and play this game and share it with people, because that's the only way that games like this grow. The Queen meets with the human royal treasurer, who says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me send my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. I'm just going to ask them to bring us, I was going to say logs, actually. They want backpacks, which I could probably give them next year. I don't know if it's a resurgence necessarily. I think, like, there's certainly a few streamers as of late who've gotten interest in playing it, which is great. But there hasn't been any crazy resurgences or anything. I think, like, here's an example. And I'm going to use a multiplayer game, so this may be a bad example. Well, actually, here, I'll use a better example. Now, admittedly, this is one of the most popular games of all time. This is The Binding of Isaac Rebirth. This is a resurgence. These spikes. Or, for Caves of Cud as an example. Caves of Cud, when it first came out in early access, very few people played it, right? Then, big patch. I think that was the UI beta. And more people played. Then, big patch in the beta branch, followed by patch release, and also a big YouTube video covering it. A lot of people played it. And then it held on to more people. And then patch, and then patch, and then patch. And then it released out of early access. Like, these are resurgences, right? Like, new people coming to it. Dwarf Fortress, on the other hand, obviously this is bad data, it's not perfect. Hasn't really had that. Like, it had that initial huge surge, like, off the bat, way back when it released. And then it dropped down to about 1,500 people, and yeah, it'll get a bump whenever there's a big patch. This was kind of a fumble. That was the beta branch release of Adventure Mode. But it always ends up back down around where it was. I think in my mind, in order for Dwarf Fortress to have a resurgence, it needs to find a new normal after a patch, which it hasn't. It just never has. Every time it ends up around the same. So. At least that's my perspective on it. Certainly some people come back, but I don't think it's necessarily reaching wide new audiences whenever there's an update. And you're free to disagree with me, but that's just what I've seen and my opinion. Let's get them going this way so we can actually finish this. Everybody always says this, and that's kind of irrelevant, Cassie Caster. Yes, Dwarf Fortress is a very niche game. What is Caves of Cud? Like, other games have had surges of new players finding it that are equally niche, okay? I think that there is a potential for audience and massive growth, but it needs things... Uh-oh. Was that one of my dwarves? I hope not. But it needs things like, you know, the Down the Rabbit Hole video made by Frederick, Cassie. I think that simply stating it's a niche game that doesn't have much ability to grow is naive and silly. I think that it hasn't. But I think giving up as a member of the community is a really shitty attitude to have. If you want to see the game grow. I mean, if you don't, then cool. I mean, that's just me as a streamer, but I'm not talking about this me as a streamer, Sorganth. I mean, my stream exists because I taught a lot of people how to play this game. Without this game, I will most likely struggle and fall off into obscurity because there's nothing unique about me or my channel. I just play this game well. That's the thing that I do. So if I want to continue to exist as a content creator, I need this game to grow. Slowly or quickly. Ideally both. Once again, I will state the thing that I said a second ago. I think that that's a really shitty way to look at it, Dimas. I mean, that's like saying that, you know, it's like saying Battle Brothers will never be successful because XCOM exists. XCOM kind of nailed that, right? You know, it's like Stellaris is too niche of a 4X and will never be successful because Civ's already nailed that. I think that's a silly way to think about it. Because if you look at Punch Tree Survival Crafting Game, Grounded shouldn't have sold 12 million copies because Minecraft has already nailed that. It's just kind of a moot point, really? It's like, how could Halo exist? Because Call of Duty has just nailed that way. Actually, no, Call of Duty kind of has surpassed Halo. You know, like they're the only first-person shooter to ever exist will be Call of Duty because they've perfected the first-person shooter. I don't agree with that take. Kind of easy to play, not optimally. So's Dwarf Fortress. What's your point? Most upset dwarf, I won't do. And I won't do most upset dwarf because I don't want to give you a dwarf that's going to die. I'll give you somebody in the orange range, though. I kind of refuse to just give people the most upset dwarf. Because at that point, you're just going to go, like, melancholy real quick. But I would argue Dwarf Fortress is easier to play, not optimally. Anyways, this discussion makes me sad. Do you want a beard or no beard, Flinch? I think at the end of the day, Trash Mac, thanks for the raid. I think that mods should shout out Trash Mac and chat should post beers. I think when we're having this discussion, I think your guys' response to my statements are the reason this game isn't growing. Is because for some reason the wider public has decided that this game is niche and will never grow. So people don't bug their favorite streamers to stream it. They don't suggest it to their friends. They don't recommend it to people. They don't tell stories about their forts. And they don't spread any information about the game. They don't share tutorials. They don't help other people learn. If that's the case, then I think that's a really sad state for the Dwarf Fortress community to be in. Because I think that is one thing, and that is the thing that you like, presuming you like it, isn't for anybody else. And nobody else could possibly be like you and have a similar interest. You know, if nobody ever told anybody about how fun tabletop games are, and nobody ever invited their friends to come try it, would anybody play tabletop games? If people didn't make videos and live stream themselves with groups having fun playing tabletop games, do you think any... I mean, D&D is an extremely niche game that only people with groups of like 4 or 5 people that have hours to spend planning and playing a very specific activity could possibly have time to play this game. So how could it be anything but an extremely niche product? If your statement is simply, RimWorld has perfected the genre, then fucking go play RimWorld. Why are you here? You've already admitted that, like, there's no reason to play this game because RimWorld has perfected it. Well, okay, so go do that. Then why are you here? Clearly it hasn't because you're here. And it ain't just me, because if I was the most entertaining broadcaster on the internet, there'd be 5 times the people watching. What if they enjoy it wrong? Well then, I don't know. Can't help you, casual elephant. How you doing, man? Trash Mac, how was your stream today? I don't think everyone should play DF. There's some annoying people out there that I'd be happy not having to deal with. And that's the problem. White Tiger, he's utterly scared to play it. One of my favorite excuses I ever saw, White Tiger, was someone who said, I really wish I could learn how to play Dwarf Fortress, but it's just too obtuse and there's just too much going on and I just can't get past that initial learning curve. I was like, fine. But the part that you didn't see about that statement that person said is they were actively streaming Escape from Tarkov and talking about very obtuse quest mechanics. People are just into what they're into, to a degree. And I think that the biggest benefit to this type of game is Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld. But Dwarf Fortress's biggest enemy is itself. Because there is this ridiculous take that this game is impossible to learn. And so because of that pre-built-in bias, people who already know it just presume everybody's going to be afraid and not going to be interested. Don't try and convince your friends to play it. Just play it and talk about how much fun you're having. Like I said, write stories, make a let's play. Post screenshots. Mention new patches. Talk about bug fixes. Say the game runs well. Like, yeah, it has its slowdowns and its issues, but like, find me a game that doesn't. Like, is it perfect? Fuck no. Could it be better? Yeah, absolutely. This game has this reputation of being literally impossible to learn. And dwarves just suiciding themselves for no reason. Yet, my friend Tekka once literally started a new fort, set the frame rate to 10,000 and got up and left. It took 4 years before a dwarf died. And it didn't die of starvation or hunger. It died beating another dwarf to death over boredom. Like tantruming. Took 4 years in game of the player literally not touching the mouse and keyboard for a dwarf to die. This game's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. Unless you're playing on, like, you know, a terrifying biome, but that's like... Forgotten Beast Gyador has come, an enormous three-eyed scorpion. It has broad horns, and it squams and fidgets. Its exoskeleton is warty. Beware its poison sting. then honestly, you're playing like those friends, even if they don't play Dwarf Fortress, if they're reading stories about Dwarf Fortress, they're playing Dwarf Fortress and they're experiencing Dwarf Fortress, and maybe they'll go say positive things about Dwarf Fortress. I think that like the statements of like Dwarf Fort being limited because RimWorld exists is a bias that you have if you've played a fuckload of RimWorld, because there was a review that popped up relatively recently on Steam, which was a thumbs up for the game, and it was like, this is RimWorld's granddaddy. And is it anything like RimWorld? Short answer, no. Long answer, absolutely no. These games are so fundamentally different. And it's both of their strengths, honestly, because they fill different needs within kind of the same box. I think you can play both independently and enjoy both separately during patch cycles. 2 Forgotten Beasts? Yeah, and I'm ignoring them. Although I should check where that other one is, because there's a chance it might actually be able to get to me. Yep. Going to move everything but the fenced skies down to right here. Let's see where these beasts are at. Okay, so you are down on the lower level, but you've been down there for a while. Okay, you look cool as hell and are coming towards the fort. Look at that fucking thing. So we got Gedor. And this guy, Quezzy. This one's on the lower level. That one can't get to me. I do have the difficulty set to hard, hoping that the goblins will attack me, but instead I just keep getting Forgotten Beasts. Yeah, the scorpion sprites I think are my favorites. I don't even say that. It's like comparing Minecraft, or actually, it's like comparing Vintage Story and Terraria. Like, they're a completely different dimension of style of game. And also, I'll be completely honest with you, I have some beef towards RimWorld. All of my beef is RimWorld taking Dwarf Fortress terminology and repurposing it as its own. Like, naming their hardest difficulty losing is fun. I'm genuinely salty about that. Like, as a game, though, it's excellent. It's a great game. It's not one that I play because I streamed it too much and I burnt the fuck out on it. I just don't want to play it anymore. Because I kind of felt that I hit the upper limit of what I was interested in doing in that game. And none of the DLCs have appealed to me at all. Ah, dwarf died to a giant vulture. Keeps happening. Hold up. Hold the fucking phone. Strange tame what? Did I succeed? Did I steal something? Why do I have jabberers? Wild. Where did you come from? Okay, yeah, I must have, like, successfully stolen some then. I've also got peak dogs. Well, that's funny. Surprise jabber. Yeah, I had no idea. Jabberer, I don't even know her. But anyway, at the end of the day, the only thing that truly can promote this game and make this game bigger is the developers. And it really makes me genuinely very sad that chat is so defeatist about this game's capabilities. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm in the same boat. Like, I don't think I can ever convince people otherwise. I want to hope different and believe different and think different, but I don't see it really as a viable thing that's going to happen. I think that the traders may have killed the beast. Human Maceman bashes the Forgotten Beast in the CPO thorax with his Copper Morningstar and bruising the fat and bruising the brain. Yep, they did kill it. Look at that. The Human Maceman trader killed it. Clearstir. Rudd. The Jabber distribution says, I think I stole it and just missed it. I don't ever expect this game to be the biggest game in the world, Pink Primeval. But I do hope that at some point the community stops stating that, oh, there's no hope because of another game existing. I think that RimWorld does its best in a lot of ways to stamp out noise that Dwarf Fortress makes when it makes noise, because that helps RimWorld maintain its position as like one of the 50th highest selling games on Steam consistently, right? But like Dwarf Fortress's biggest enemy is itself. Its lack of clear mod support that people expect from games like this because of its old code. It's its lack of modifiable parts of the game for mod support, its obtuseness, its inability to teach its players to play the game from within the game itself. But I don't think those are problems that are unique to it. Like, there's many extremely popular games that have just as many issues. With procedurally generated extracts? I mean, I don't think Dwarf Fortress lets you do that, Marginarium. And I think statements like that might actually be one of the reasons people are terrified of this game. Like, are there ways to do that? Certainly. I think that might be part of the reason people are scared of this game, is because, like, people state that as, like, no, it's a game about building a colony of dwarves and telling a story. I think that the second you start expanding it beyond that, like, you get unnecessarily silly, and that's how you scare people away. But I digress. I think the only thing that I'm optimistic about is that the people who already play this game will continue coming back. And I hope I'm still doing this in 5 years. Well, rather, still doing this full-time in 5 years. I know I'll still be doing this in 5 years. But the last 3 months have had me real worried. I mean, I mentioned this a couple times. I don't think February is going to be another replica of this, but last month was my worst month financially since Dwarf Fortress launched on Steam. And that's just a fact. And it's not even like, you know, a problem with the state of Dwarf Fortress. It's just like the state of the world more than anything. And also the fact that I took 3 weeks off. So, I don't know. I'm a little worried. And that's going to stick around. But there ain't much I can do about it for the moment. Man, that's a blast from the blast from the past. Speaking of games that didn't go anywhere, last Starship came out recently. That just left early access. Haven't heard many good things. Well, I mean, like, this winter has been tough and people haven't been playing video games as much because they're paying attention to significantly more important things in life. And honestly, I don't think you should be watching my stream right now. I think that you should be outside and trying to make positive change for your world, you know? Like, depending on what city in the US you live, if you live in a city in the US especially. Certainly. I think that there's more variety and ways to enjoy this game than Factorio. And Factorio is not much more or less complicated. That's just my opinion, though. I think DF is a work of love, and that's beautiful and truly important. Dwarf Fortress is a slow burn. I think that it's the best form of DF for DF. It has a hardcore community of diehard fans that slowly integrate new people through word of mouth. Exactly. Which is why when I see people saying, like, this game's as big as it's going to get and it's never going to get bigger because it's extremely niche, I think it's just, like, ridiculous to state. Your Sinister Minnesotan shirt arrived yesterday? I saw... Okay, sorry for a minute of politics, but with the state of Minnesota... I've seen a bunch of memes going around posted by Philadelphia sports fans saying, come to Philly, we'll win. Send them, you don't like them? Send them to Philly, we'll fuck them up. We got this. There's something about that I find genuinely funny. It would just be straight up open warfare in the streets. It's so hard to find time to actually learn to play it. Yeah, I think that's also the issue for a lot of people. Like, if people want to make an argument for, like, why Dwarf Fortress is, like, peaked and won't get larger than this, I would absolutely listen to the argument of, like, the age group for Dwarf Fortress is in such a place now where it's very difficult to learn a game with this much of a time sink required. Because, like, I completely believe that it's not a game that's going to be adopted by young people. Like, I don't think they're going to get the Roblox fan base anytime soon. Social change in the sheets. Why not also in the streets? I feel like we need social change in the streets. We don't want people to be closeted about their social change. But that's the thing, though, Dodge Channel, is it hasn't really. Like, Dwarf Fortress settled down to a player base on Steam of about 1,500. And every major patch, it settles back down to around 1,500. It doesn't consistently inch upwards. It always settles back down. So, well, yes, I agree. It'll grow no matter what. It kind of hasn't. I think that you should give kids more credit. I learned to play games that required reading without being able to read. It took me kind of a long time to learn to read because my eyes are so fucking terrible. Certainly. Yeah, this game does need patience. I mean, like, that is a very real thing, but I don't know. Shakes game. Damn kids. But, you know, because we've got people like Trash Mac who, you know, help me grow. It's true. You do. You bring people back around. And I appreciate that greatly. And it's a game that's stood the test of time. Nothing else. More patience than the average person has. Can we not constantly reinforce this narrative that I don't think is accurate, that Dwarf Fortress will never grow because it's a niche game? I mean, not just try to... If your goal is to reinforce that narrative, let's talk about something else, because I think that blows. Personally. It just makes me kind of sad, more than anything. Also, like, every time I release a big video, I do get a handful of comments from people who've never heard of this game before and are enjoying it. So I don't necessarily know if that's true. You're not in that camp? Doesn't read like it. But fair enough, I believe you. I'm gonna go deconstruct my other trade depot now that that one up there is done. Where are these damn goblins that I keep invading and they don't invade me? This literal second I send out a squad, we're gonna get hit by another army of goblins. Okay. We're gonna send this squad back out. And then you are gonna take a war jabberer. The yabberer. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has always had the what's the word I'm looking for here? The stereotype of like not being anybody's favorite video game, but being your favorite game developer's favorite video game. You know, it's like your favorite band's favorite band is a way that I like to describe it sometimes. Where like, you know, maybe you like a lot of punk, but you've never listened to Husker Du. Whereas probably all of your favorite punk bands like Husker Du. That's just kind of how punk music works. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a game that has, through its fan fiction, a quest in World of Warcraft and a character based on an invented character for Boat Murdered. There's references to it in Diablo. There's references to it in Borderlands. There's a masterwork crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality in Borderlands. It's a game that, even if it's not played by a mass audience, it has influence on a lot of things. And I think that is kind of admirable. You learned English on your own to play KOTOR as a kid because you loved Star Wars and you immersed yourself in it until you started understanding it. That's kind of awesome. Yeah, I mean, like, the artist who did the majority of my emotes, he's Russian, and he learned English playing World of Warcraft, which is why he's a sassy motherfucker. He's like one of the sassiest people I've ever encountered. It's like, it's because you learned you learned this language by playing video games with one of the saltiest communities on earth. It's like talking to somebody who learned English playing Escape from Tarkov. No, it's a sandbox, absolutely. From having a Wii and a lot of spare time as a schoolboy. I also read a lot of people who learned English from anime, which I think is a bit wild. Because, like, anime with English subtitles, and those are the only subtitles available, is a pretty common one that I see. Nacho Papa. That's a funny username. A+. Thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you greatly. First subscription in an hour. Thank you much. I think we've hit the daily minimum day today, though, so I ain't pitching about anything. Just trying to get all of this floored, because this has been bugging me. Cheers! Hope you found some value out of those tutorials. And the other thing, I guess the final real thought I have on this subject before I'm just going to really start repeating myself, is the way I learned this game is I first installed it in 2009. Got frustrated and deleted it. A couple months later, I can't remember how or why, but it came up in the news. And I tried it again. Rinse and repeat until I finally got functionally good at this game by about 2014. And then kind of forgot about it for a good chunk of time because I was streaming at the time and not, streaming Dwarf Fort. And got back into it in 2017. And didn't really get good at it until 2018, 2019. Like, where I would say that, like, I was competent enough to explain what I was doing to other people. And I do think that this is a game that I think is going to continue having that effect on people until two major things happen with the game. And one of those is adventure mode gets compelling enough to play. And then the other one is adventure mode is compelling enough to play and people figure out how to immerse themselves in Legends a little bit. Because there was a few light bulb moments for me that made me stick with this game. One of those was realizing how alive the world was. The other one of those was realizing how much I could affect what the game is doing. Man, I have a university. I should charge tuition. I could be like one of those financial YouTubers and just sell a $1,000 course on how to play this fucking game. No, I'm never gonna do that. Unless learning to love the mantra of losing is fun also helps a lot. I think people are pretty well conditioned to that at this point, just due to the prevalency of permadeath in games. And also, Tortalks in YouTube chat. Cheers, mate. I missed that. What is Minecraft? Mykonos? Three most important things to focus on. Dwarves need beer, dwarves need food, and dwarves need a place to socialize and a place to sleep. Once you've got those three things functional and repeating, learn one mechanic at a time. Dante. Because dwarves actually don't need that much to, like, be functional. Okay, let's see how that last raid went. This is me going after that location that killed a bunch of my dwarves. They stole livestock. That's what I love to see. Beak dog, elk birds, beak dog, and ruthrers? We're gonna be eating well tonight. I did not know that elk birds were grazers. Let's go hit him again. We're going to go with the top two squads. You reclaimed a fallen not your fortress settlement. Long story short, you got ambushed by a bunch of goblin nobles, including a goblin queen. They aren't hostile, though. Can I let them hang out? Is having a goblin queen roaming around significant in any way? So that just means that they were living there. It's significant, but it's one of the unfortunate things about settling on an old fortress is they're not going to do anything. If you're running DF hack, you can select them and then type in the command make own. And that'll force them to join your settlement. Otherwise, they'll just kind of hang out until they go crazy eventually. I've actually been having a little bit of trouble getting these rooms in this fortress to royal. I maybe just like didn't make them big enough, but gem windows certainly help. Gem windows do certainly help. Same with displays with high value items on them. They don't even need to be like artifacts or anything crazy. No. Also, they're probably dwarven. I would check their civilization and see whose queen they are. Vulpine. You could also just kill them. Would also be an option. But no, they won't become your queen. You won't have to treat them as a queen. They will have the requirements of a queen and not go nuts. But unless your faction has a goblin queen, no, they will not have any effect on your fort. Let's throw one of these fancy bracelets in here. Some earrings, various pieces of jewelry. I actually just need to make this bigger, which I kind of don't want to do, but I love that me expanding the size of this doesn't actually do it. The other fun thing about satisfying needs for high value rooms is there is a not zero chance a lot of the time if you can't maintain a higher value room that the reason for it is the dwarf who counts the value of rooms just sucks at it and like isn't physically capable of doing the math to tell you whether or not it's a valuable enough room. Which sometimes happens. I'm actually starting to wonder if that's happening. Swap out my broker from my queen to somebody else. Because you need somebody who's a appraiser, who's good. Novice. Novice appraiser. Novice appraiser. Adequate liar, novice appraiser. Intimidator, adequate liar. Novice appraiser. Not that the game will ever tell you that, though. Novice appraiser. Doesn't matter how good they are at lying. If they suck at appraising. Skilled conversationalist, novice to praise. Yeah, I don't think I have anybody above novice. No, that's because you suck. Like, trade a bunch of small times with a bunch of people, and then they'll suck less at it. Such as this. Like, if they're just like, oh yeah, that's half the value, it's literally because your trader sucks at it. Like, your trader sets the price for your items. And they will pay you twice as much for items that they request. Which supposedly is supposedly trading is something that Tarn is addressing soon, or wants to address soon. So it's curious to see what he'll be doing with that. Oopsies, come on. Keep clicking those twice. I mean, I'm just selling used pants, so that's what gets us through. Okay, so let's see. How did that fight go? Clearly they got in and out. They stole livestock. What did they get this time? 4 jabberers, 1 elkbird, 2 ruthrers, 1 giant rat, and 1 beak dog. So your pets was Zulban. Good stuff. Which I want to say is this squad? Yes. Work animals. Once more get available, we'll assign more to you. They're all legendary crossbow users? Oh, that's pretty good. Fun fact, a dwarf that's really good at archery and crossbow use is better at throwing than a dwarf that isn't. I'm a little bit miffed that they didn't bring a wagon. Guess they're just not thrilled with me. Won't do what he does. By accident, I found I can keep items in the trade center if I make a real complete trade and then that's not keeping it. I mean, that's an intended feature. You could also just like click the button to steal their items. I'm actually going to swap up my broker now from this dwarf to somebody else. That's not a bug. That is the game working as intended. If anything disrupts trading, then they leave all the items. However, what it does mean is that any items that don't return to them are considered stolen. So you could click the seize button, or you could deconstruct the trade depot. But any item that is stolen is lost value that you've imported. So, as an example, if you go up here, you can see imported wealth and exported wealth. They lower down your exported wealth if you steal items. And that can happen if you... If like an animal attacks them and they dump out a wagon, that can happen if you destroy the trade depot. That can happen if you click the seize button. And if that happens too much, then they will go to war with you. Or they'll just stop trading with you, and then eventually they'll go to war with you. So not a bug. That is technically the game working as intended. Oh, I see what I did. It's that. So absolutely not a bug. Once this dwarf gets up here to trade, I'll show you what I mean. I think we've sorted out the cave adaptation issue, chat. I'm no longer seeing dwarves puking constantly. We no longer live in Vomit Land. You're at about 5 in a row. Are you doing it with your own faction? Because your own faction is your faction, right? So they like you as much as possible initially. And also, don't even bother. Just click the seize button. Like, then you don't need to worry about cleaning up the mess every time. Was the fixed glass? No, I just made the doors go above ground a bunch. And now they've got reasons to go above ground a couple times a year. So if you're trading, this button exists. Well, okay, hold on. I gotta move me. This button exists, seize. So if I select all of this and click seize, I'll just take it. So you're actually like wasting your own time if you're trying to steal their stuff and you are deconstructing and reconstructing the depot every time, because you don't need to do that. You could just click seize. That'll skip some steps for you. So if your goal is to eventually go to war with your own faction and brick your save, which kind of happens if you go to war with your own faction, keep at it. They'll get to it. It'll get done. Your dream will come true. But you're not getting one over on the game. The game knows what you're doing. It just doesn't tell you that it knows what you're doing. You just started crafting with glass? Hell yeah, man. You know, this kind of looks like a cartoony, muscular spaceman dude doing finger guns. He's like, or like a pew, pew, pew kind of thing is what this guy's doing. Like, it's a shoulder blade, it's a hand, it's the top of one of the guns, it's like a fist down here, helmet, weird eyeball. Like, little doohickey on his head. Kind of like Pikmin. You know, like the little diddly bobber on his head in Pikmin. See how my other attempt on raiding this place went. I snuck in undetected. I stole a bunch of books. We see dip was stolen. Well, that's good. Hopefully it's not ranch. They also stole livestock as well. We're in an ad break. I will pause. Isn't that just Pikmin? Militarized Pikmin? We're in an ad break, so while the game's paused, I'm going to place some catapults. Misclick, probably. Would be my guess in regards to why you quoted that person. Put a catapult in the top of that. Dwarf Fortress lets you do a lot of shit. You probably shouldn't do some of it, but I'm glad that it lets you. Yeah, that's kind of a pretty realistic world, in quote, to live by. It lets you do a lot of things. You probably shouldn't do a lot of them, but it lets you. There we go. That dog's last name is Square Anvil. I'm gonna pillage this place. And I'm gonna send these 3 squads. So we're gonna go pillage this location. One of these squads includes a war dog. And was that 5 war jabberers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 war jabberers, actually. So they all run off. If this ain't gonna do a bunch of damage to the baddies, then I don't fucking know what will. I don't know why you're totally unarmed. You should really be armed, dwarf. You should grab some weapons before you go to war. But I mean, hey, if you think you can win against these goblins barehanded, then maybe you're the resident bard. I don't know. They also seem to be taking different routes, which is kind of fun. There goes one squad. Good luck, dwarfs. There goes another squad. Also good luck, dwarves. Yeah. They need to be war animals. A boyer has been taken by a Feymut. If you have a war animal trained, you click on a dwarf, and you go to work animals, and then you can assign work animals. But they have to either be war trained or hunting trained. Oopsies, I should be able to trade with the rest of these dwarves now. So this is my home faction I'm trading with, so I want to buy a little bit more from them than the other ones. Let's also grab some cheese. Done. We've traded with both the dwarven factions, and we are good to dwarf. Let's just go to places and just say load these catapults, please. The boyer's workshop has been claimed. Please make a crossbow. Yeah, I mean, those are just like livestock, so those are like a cow. Like, they can't be war-trained. Although Tarnis spoke before that, like, the logic of what can and cannot be war-trained kind of makes no sense and is pretty outdated and is something that needs to be addressed. Because, like, as an example, like, wolves can't be war-trained, but cougars can? Like, kind of makes no sense. So they're using llama bone rough squirrels as well as rope reed cloth and tower cap logs. Chat, cross your fingers and toes and hope for a crossbow. Because that's my only real hope here of it being usable. Also, I want to say a real quick thank you to everybody who threw out those bits and whatnots and subscriptions today, because we've cleared the daily minimum, so that means a lot. And I would just like to warn you, expect streamers that you watch to play Marvel Rivals, because they're apparently paying streamers to play it now. Yay. But they offer me a pittance to play it, so. No, but I think wolves should be allowed to be war-trained, you know? It makes kind of no sense that bears can be war-trained, but wolves can't. And not even all kinds of bears, just only some kinds of bears. Oh, another thing that I see in regards to trading is I see people saying that they're stuck. Scroll all the way to the bottom of the list once they've said that they're leaving. And if items are slowly disappearing, they're not stuck. They're just literally physically loading their animals up. Boyer has created a tower cap crossbow. Yay! And offers it to the Seed of Creation. Halladorfia. I will give it to this dwarf probably, but I will wait until they get back. Let's go take a look at this. Why doesn't it have an artifact, a sprite? Our cross ships have the highest quality, is encrusted with oval scroll cabochons and encircled with bands of rope reed. This object menaces with spikes of tower cap and spider silk. On the item is an image of the sunny time, a yak leather buckler in llama bone. That's wild that that one doesn't have a sprite associated with it. Neat. Why haven't we been besieged yet today? I've got difficulty set to hard. I'm all ready. My body is prepped. We're all lubed up and ready to slip. But, like, where are these goblins at? In fact, I've been attacking them. I won the artifact gotcha. I mean, it's hardly a gotcha. I'm not paying for pulls. The dwarves are. I'm not. But we did get a good artifact. I mean, it's something that I can make use of immediately. There's like kind of two kinds of artifacts, right? The ones that you can make use of immediately and the ones that you can't. That's one that I can, which is nice. I'm actually gonna point this way. So EVE Online has a native Excel support. Sorry, you've already lost me at EVE Online. You said the words EVE Online and my body turned into hives. It's a natural reaction that I get to like insufferable people. So if I need to deal with insufferable people, we might as well just like start our own image board. Because it'll probably be more tolerable. But the memes about the Space Pope might be pretty good. I don't know. Or what? Or we could just, like, keep using Discord. Or, like, you know, move to Stout. You are the fastest giver upper slash art place. So, there isn't... So, slash art place no longer exists. But, isn't there a, like, place like subreddit? I'm pretty sure that exists. I'm pretty sure that exists. No. EVE Online is not Excel, the online game. That's Google Sheets. Come on. Quit being silly. Let's go back to places and siege engines and just set everything to load. So's LibreOffice Calc. What's your point, Giraffe? Also saying that Google Sheets is better than Excel is like a wild take. I guess it depends on whose information you're giving. Your information. Who information you're giving your information to. Whose information bank you're giving your information. That's better. I am so ready for the goblins to attack me, and they're just like, nah. Anyways, some migrants have arrived. I just do this. Yeah, it's like, how much are you getting paid by Google to say that? Yeah, honestly, I think Excel is the... I mean, in a world where there's Excel tournaments, Google wishes they could pay you. Send them an invoice. Maybe you'll get money back. It worked for that one guy with Meta. Honestly, that might actually be my favorite story to happen in tech in the last, like, 5 years. It's that guy that just, like, kept sending invoices to Meta. Genuinely one of my favorite stories. Dwarf is trying to leave the map, but isn't. Clino! Hi! There will be a future of the Fortress
and Aurora
tomorrow.
4X, the holy trinity of 2015 spreadsheet games.
You're not wrong.
I'm on mobile, but I'll drop in later.
Chat, can I get a round of beer for the 67th month of everybody's favorite Reddit moderator? I'm trying to invade the goblins with Mark's dwarves. And they're not invading me back. And I'm starting to feel ripped off. See, this is what I mean by, if you think they're stuck, just check. If items are moving, that's them buying stuff. Or not buying stuff, but loading stuff. You won't see it at the top. You have to go to the bottom. Because they do physically have to reload everything back onto their pack mules or wagons before they can leave. I don't know. The spreadsheet game meme is just kind of a... I mean, people used to refer to Dwarf Fortress as a spreadsheet because the ASCII literally looks like a spreadsheet, but I genuinely think it's really funny that Dwarf Fortress is kind of not a spreadsheet at all. It just looks like it could be one. Or ASCII looks like it could be a spreadsheet. But as far as spreadsheet games goes, like, Dwarf Fortress is not that spreadsheety. Which I do think is really funny. Aurora 4X might actually be one of the few games in my life that I have attempted to play that actually made my eyes hurt while looking at it. And purely because, like, it's just so blue. It's so blue. It's so blue it fucking hurts, man. I wonder what story you're telling. Have you deconstructed and reconstructed your trade depots? I mean, them getting stuck and not stuck in your depot is, like, you know, a different thing. But, like, if they're still in the trade depot, I've seen some people saying, like, why haven't they left yet? Like, they just expect them to leave immediately. That's what I'm trying to address. Obviously, that doesn't mean that, like, they do sometimes get stuck. Because they do. But that usually happens when they get attacked while trading, which is weird and sucks. I have a feeling because I'm pillaging that location that I'm pillaging, we're going to lose some dwarves. And it's going to take them a while to come back. I mean, EVE Online is just a major portion of Iceland's economy, and they need that to fight volcanoes. So honestly, I think we should be nice to EVE Online, as much as it is fun and easy to make fun of that game, purely because we need them to not get buried in lava, and lava's scary. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, I'm actually kind of amazed that EVE Online never surfaces in, like, you know, the best game I suck at award or like labor of love award. Because if any game out there is a labor of love, it's the developers of EVE Online and EVE Online. Because it's kind of amazing that that game is what it is and exists the way it does. Doing what Chris Roberts wishes he could do. What are some other games I enjoy? Just in general? Or games that I like to stream? I really like Tetris. I like Lumines. I like... So I'm feasting these days. I really like arcadey snowboarding games. So I really like historically, SSX Tricky was a game I really liked. But more currently, in the modern era, I like a indie snowboarding game called Tricky Madness, which I think is pretty good. I like Jupiter Hell. I like Songs of Six. I play maybe more Mega Bonk than I should admit off stream. I don't know, what other games do I like? I'm gonna go scroll through my Steam library. I'm blanking now that you've asked me this. I mean, I played Menace the other day, which I really liked. I've been playing Grip again, which is an old arcade racing game off stream. I quite like Mountain Blade. I quite like a game called Utopia Must Fall. I quite like Path of Acra. I quite like Conquest of Elysium, Brigador. Just scrolling through my Steam library now. I've played too much Hunter Call of the Wilds. So I'll pause the game so you guys can see movement while I'm reading through my Steam list. There's a game I quite like called Lost Flame. I really like the Thief games, the old ones like Thief 1 and 2 and Thief Gold. I played quite a bit of Rings of Saturn. I thought that, like Delta V, Rings of Saturn, I thought that was a pretty cool game. I quite like Warsim. I've played an uncomfortably large number of hours of Bejeweled 3. I've played and finished all of the Monument Valley games. I really like Portal 1 and 2 to the point where I have Portal tattoos. I quite enjoyed The Witness. Hated the ending of The Witness, but I quite enjoyed The Witness. I like Caves of Cud, Cogmind. I quite like Dungeon Mans. I quite like Zorbus. Quite like Odd Realm. I 100%ed Sproggywood while in hospital. And the goblins have invaded me. About fucking time, you lazy sons of tits. I am not a big fan of the modded, like, Portal advanced games. I like Portal because of the vibe and the fact that, like, they feel fair. A lot of those modded Portal games, like I tried Portal Reloaded and I also tried Portal Stories Mel. I find that they just kind of... It's like the difference between enjoying, like, a Mario platformer and playing Kaizo Mario. It kind of ruins the fun with the fact that it doesn't have, like, much of that atmosphere and loses a lot of the mood, I guess. Yeah, like, I have no interest in I Want to Be the Guy. I played a very early version of The Last Starship, and it made me extremely motion sick, and I've never gone back, is what I thought about The Last Starship. Also, right now is the time of day, specifically, the worst time of day, actually, right now, where the sun ruins my lighting, and it's not ruining my lighting. Yay! Moving my office saved it. Turns out I don't want to be the guy. Anyways, a vile force of darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by a goblin, Sevilla Fist Wandered. Wandered? Oh, please don't wander that fist into the side of my head. That would hurt. With them has come monstrous siege engineers, Mineras from the Dark Goblin Fortress of Profane Polishes. So, what the oh my god. Stone, are you here? Look what I found. I don't think I've seen these in the Steam version yet. And they have fucking blocks to build with. Oh, that's cool. And it's pink. You've got a great pick. I didn't realize that Blizzard men were so big. Well, that's kind of terrifying. Especially considering my siegers are still on the map. So this war jabberer is the pet of Lycott. Which this jabberer is the reason my squads haven't returned. So I need to lock my dwarves underground. I need to go here, grab you, grab you, grab you, grab you, grab you, grab this, and that. And I'm going to go here. I'm gonna go places, siege engines, open fire. And I'm going to send those 3 squads up there. Because it's time for the siege to begin. Although, for my own sanity and for chats, I'm actually going to turn down the frame rate. I'm going to go down to 30. So the game runs at half speed, so things are easier to follow. And I'm also going to go to you. I'm going to assign this jabberer to right here. Maybe don't get rid of that egg. Just assign it to somebody who lives here. And hopefully that'll make my siegers come back with haste. Because we are now getting ambushed. ×2. Chat, I need a big Vile Force of Darkness. Because we need it. Dominoc has been caught out by the siegers and is being cut to shreds. Stabbed to death outside of the fortress. Marksdwarves begin to fire. Wait, what? Oh, somebody took a dip into the lava briefly. That not recommended. Mr. Osta. I would not, in fact, recommend throwing yourself into the lava and then jumping out. It might cause you to catch fire. I fucking love these Blizzard Men, though. Blizzard Men are one of the rarer intelligent creatures in Dwarf Fortress. They only exist in evil ocean maps. Oh, shit. Should also make sure everybody's locked in it. Into this burrow. I'm also just going to turn off a bunch of my catapults. Keep the bolt throwers on. There's a goblin in the lava. Another ambush. Keep these on. I'm feeling that's a bad spot for that to be. So I'm just going to ignore it for the minute. Marksdwarf's still firing off bolts. Dwarf's trying to get underground. There ain't too much I can do if they're panicking, which they are. Ham of Doom has been found dead, the Marksdwarf. Same with Monam and Dominoc. This is going to be very high casualties. To the dwarves that want to stand outside, that's on them. That unfortunately is on them. I should give them more ways into the fort in the future, but... What are you going for? Are you trying to collect something? Oh, I see where they're going. They're going for this. Just going to remove all of these upper burrows, because there's no reason to have them at the minute. I'm not trying to prioritize those routes to walk. Uzol was found dead. And then the goblin here fell into the trap and got cut to shreds. Another one getting cut into tons of... Where did he even go? He just, like, disappeared. These glass traps are certainly helping. Here comes more goblins. Marksdwarves are moving inside. Where are you headed? You moron. My squads haven't come back yet, but I've still got dwarves trying to get inside. The problem was a lot of my dwarves were already outside when the siege began, so I actually didn't have that much ability to stop them from going over this way. Like, it's actually quite unfortunate. I literally don't have that many ways out. Well, this bolt thrower is doing its best, but we've just lost a bunch more dwarves. Melville was found dead. Goblins continuing to congregate on the other side of the fortress. I mean, this is a big-ass army they're putting together. Actually, there's another dog I need to check. All right, well. Let's just keep everybody up inside. Dishmaz has been found dead. Melville. Nobody named, though. It's just the dwarves that were constructing the traps. It's a loud thunk. The apartment next to mine. Oh, no. Okay, this dwarf must have just been out on the surface for a while. Okay, what squad are you? Fenced. Watchfulness. You are going to do nothing. And just run off. Because I actually want you to go and station in there. More bolts are flying. More bolt throwers are firing. So many dwarves are dying. Yes, I use DF hack. Why do you ask that so much? I mean, you clearly know that I get asked that a lot because you prefaced it with that. Hey chat, can I get another Vile Force of Darkness? I snoozed the ads on your behalf. The least you can do is post some emotes for us. It's the least you can do. More bolts are flying. I think the goblins are trying to build because I'm getting a bunch of frame lag. They're doing all right, though. I mean, many bolts are flying. My marked squads are actually making their way inside slowly. More goblins are falling. Some of them have decided to take matters with their fists. But my dwarves are armored, and they are not. There's very few of them, actually, that are doing such things, which is good for us. This bridge is making me very nervous, though, I'll say that. I'm actually a little bit perplexed as to why they're all stationing outside. It's like, I keep telling them to station in here. Like, that should make some sense. It's probably because they can see the goblins right there. Well, there goes another dwarf. Rest in peace, Adil. It's a shame that you had to fall. I'm gonna try and do something silly. Man, the amount of dwarves that are falling right now, and there's like nothing I can do about it. There's absolutely nothing I could do about it. I think I even said it out loud, like this might be the worst possible time for us to get sieged at the minute. Because truly, this might actually be the worst possible time, because so many of my dwarves are outside. They hired gremlins? No, they didn't. These are blizzard men. Not gremlins. Blizzard men. Okay, well, I'm not entirely sure what to do, chat. This is absolutely catastrophic. We've got some ads in 39 seconds, which I think I'm going to let run because I need to think about this a little bit. Like, truly, I'm actually not sure what to do. I'm quite at a loss, actually. Machine of a streamer. If that's all that I am, then what's the point in living? If all I am to you is a machine, why do I even try? Somewhere. Then tell them to regroup. I don't know if they will regroup. We'll find out. But they're all firing bolts now, so that's good. They're slowly cutting them down as they're heading that way. I'm not seeing any structures getting built, so that's good. My siegers are coming back. I mean, ads are about to go through. Twitch isn't shitting itself. Oh no, my encoding's overloaded, actually, is what's happening. That's me. It's not Twitch. Which is kind of wild, actually. Yeah, no, that's my computer. It's not Twitch. Let me check something. What is overloading itself? Hold on, let me change some settings here. Yeah, I see that, Elmir. Unrelated, but I'm going to go close the blinds because it's making me warm. I don't know. I am running into some, like, my computer is hitting a hard limit. It's like I've already turned down my streaming quality quite a bit over the past few months. I'm now no longer on hardware encoding. Let's try that. Yeah, I know. It should be better now. I mean, no, it's not fine, actually, but I'm glad you feel that way. So they did attack and they did loot a bunch of stuff. So we were attacking them while they were attacking us. It wasn't a crazy fight. But they were able to loot 2 giant rats and a bunch of random crap. A bunch of Blizzard Man leather stuff. So now we've got this issue, which is they are going to re-enter the map up in the corner. Which what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell them to go station right there. Because I don't want them to just go in and die, which they very well may. Yeah, I appear to have stopped dropping frames. There is an injured dwarf up here. Goblins are up on the top side. I mean, there's a lot of frame rate slowdown, but I'm not entirely sure what caused the OBS overload. Something did. It may have been a driver issue. I don't actually know. But at the very least, we're getting backups now. They're slowly regrouping. Ever so slowly. Not the rats. I mean, they're evil rats. Those rats are going to be rat burgers. They're like animal-style burgers, but they're rat-style burgers instead. It's just like a tree frog in their midst. Mark's dwarves are firing bolts. This is also the most stuff I've done with Mark's dwarves in a long time in this game. Okay. The moods are now about as terrible as they were during the last siege, which is pretty bad. At least all these dwarves are fully armed, so as they line up, they start firing. They're also the more skilled squads of the crews. Stozu, who is injured, just has a bolt stuck in his lower body. No armor. There's also a goblin right here in the middle of everything, who the dwarves appear to be shredding. And the beak dog is assisting with. I mean, the beak dog himself bit it in the upper body and shook them around until it shredded them. Well done there. Jabberers have value to me. The giant rats are just food. That goblin is getting unwillingly trained in dodging. Obviously didn't want to. This is becoming an active battlefield state. Who are you? Queuing green tea, no! Why must you do this? I know you have bolts. And I know that you keep firing them. But why must you do this? You were one of my best dwarves. You were one of my greatest soldiers. You didn't need to be a hero. Rest in peace, dwarf. You shall be missed. This dwarf's having a Boromir moment. And there is a firefight. I mean, it's certainly not a fair fight. These goblins are still sitting ducks on that mountainside, though. It's a shame that we lost that dwarf, but I'm not sure what else I expected. We've gone through about 2,500 bolts so far. And I'm also actually just going to go here and just say everybody does this. Just get people operating these. Goblin is burning. Another goblin burned. My squads are charging as they run out of bolts, which, or in this case, drop their crossbows, which makes more sense. Yeah, if they can no longer hold a crossbow, they just charge in, and then they die. The Jabberers, on the other hand, are quite the force to reckon with. Who did we find dead? Queuing green tea, Ezum, and Kogun, as well as Zephon. I think I actually saw Zephon die. Hey, look, a giant bat. Who's dead? My god, the amount of body parts. Chat, the amount of body parts. Good news is, the squads have all occupied the upper levels. Shit's on fire. The goblins get to deal with that now. They do appear to be retreating, though. At the very least, regrouping. Nope, they're just regrouping. They're not retreating. I'm going to assign some dwarves to these upper catapults. So we can maybe get some additional assistance from the dwarves. Got dwarves picking up equipment. I feel like I should forbid all death items. At least during sieges. Trying to deal with the battering rams before they make it to the fort. Not sure what they're planning to do with that, but something. This guy tried to set up a... What are you doing there, dwarf? Running away in fear? Got it. This guy tried to build a wall across, but wasn't super successful. Goblins are coming in from behind and dropping their weapons due to getting turned into pin cushions. I think I'm just going to forbid a bunch of stuff out here, because clearly I screwed up and was failing to forbid death items. This guy needs to cease being alive. Thankfully, there's several dwarves here assisting with it. Just keep hitting him. Is that one of mine? That is one of mine. But these dwarves can't get in because of that goblin. Let's just tell them to go kill it. Please prioritize this guy. Just prioritize him. You know that you can take him out. Come on. Good lord. This goblin is like a fucking hero. He's got like 5 bolts stuck in his ears. That's wild. Okay, that should be everybody that's stopping my dwarves from getting inside safely. They appear to be coming in for another volley. Let's get these fired. Cool. My dwarves are now getting inside as I need. Which is what I need, rather. Someone should come here to fire this catapult, which will hopefully hit them. Poof! Okay, well, it killed something. It killed that goblin right there. That's good. That one got fired. There goes you. You should be next. What I really need is I need a lower bridge going into there. So the dwarves can go down here and then enter that way without running into this. Would honestly be the way to do this. Well, I've destroyed one of the battering rams. 2 of the battering rams, actually. Catapult must have done it. Uh-oh. Who's dying now? Another Marksdwarf. Again, pretty far away. Again, they're getting filled up with bolts pretty quickly. And we are officially out of bolts for the bolt throwers. So that could be better. I'm going to send all of my squads down to here. Because if I can get them there, maybe they can take out enough of these guys at the corners that we can bring them down. And also, I find that taking out their battering rams helps their interest in surrendering quite considerably. I do have a feeling these goblins are going to leave pretty soon. I think that they're almost done. This has been a long siege, though. Look at the moods. We've lost a lot of dwarves. Although actually kind of less than I thought, just looking at the squad numbers. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we've lost a lot of dwarves, but less than I thought. At least from mission critical dwarves, anyway. This is our opportunity to learn to use crossbows proficiently. I mean, you're skilled. What are you hitting? Iron Bolt strikes the goblin. Goblin blocks it. Goblin blocks it. They do a lot of blocking. Frame rate's picking up a little bit. You guys want to see this in ASCII? I'm sure somebody does. You can see bolts flying down this way. Bolts flying out this way. Goblins continuing to retreat. One of my dwarves was missing for a week. Betcha lava. I betcha lava was the culprit. Let's get all of my dwarves back into the indoor area. How are the bolts doing, actually? I haven't looked in a while. I'm sure they're going down. Pretty bad, actually. We're starting to run low on ammo reserves. We may have to just challenge them pretty soon. Actually, I need this goblin dead. I do definitely need that goblin dead. There you go. Because now there's a whole bunch of dwarves up here because there was a goblin scaring them and they had no way of killing it. There's got to be another one around here somewhere. There's got to be another one around here. Okay, what if I send the squads up to here? At least everybody with ammo. Just charge them. Move forwards, dwarves. I don't care if you're hungry. More bolts are flying. We're going to have to do that. Maybe not with copper, but certainly with iron. Ilmirin. More dwarves are falling. More bolts are being fired. Slowly and steadily. I mean, I think this is just going to kind of be the end of this fort, right? Like, it's just going to be eternal wars forever until they eventually get taken over. And I think that that's kind of glorious. Honestly. Like, I think, like, this is the glorious end of this fort. Maybe not this fight specifically. What do you think, chat? Honorable way to die, if nothing else. I'm amazed that they haven't surrendered yet, though, in regards to this squad. There's one of my hammer lords. Moldath. Dodging through. What are you hitting them with? The pink seduction have shattered against Sunspire. Fantastic. I guess we've taken them out. The siege is broken. Feels satisfied after improving dodging. Triumph after defeating the forces of the pink seduction. It's time to go clean up the remainders. And confirm. Got various goblins left to kill. There goes Dolmas, the militia captain. Charging forwards at the front to take out the few remaining goblins. I'm also going to start unforbidding shit. I want to say you were one of the ones that I told them to kill, but that was definitely included in the various. Got this dwarf here who's, you know, fighting at a pretty close range. Captain, who's killed 3 goblins in Sunspire. You have killed 10. Damn. Including 2 that are notable. Lanix over here, having kind of a rough day. Taking a nap on the top of the wall. Honestly, rough week. Rough week. Another dwarf has been killed, found dead, by one of the few final remaining goblins. Even cleaning up the stragglers is a risk. No. Would like this goblin to die. Never mind. They're not going to make it. All right. I'm going to send all of these squads to train, so they'll fight if there's stuff in range. I'm going to turn off the burrow, and let's get this fucking mess cleaned up. The few remaining goblins like this one will continue to get taken out by my dwarves. Damn right. Good shot. Well done. Thanks for the 50 bits, by the way. Cheers, Nacho. And Ilmirin, I super missed that, but thanks for the gifted sub. Sorry about that lag. I don't know where that came from. I'm not entirely sure what caused it. Like, I'm not used to OBS overloading while playing Dwarf Fort. That's, like, rare. Actually makes me a little worried about my computer. Or makes me think that I'm running too many things at once on my computer. Both of these are plausible. Plausible. So, check out those upset dwarves. It's fine. This is fine. This is fine. Absolutely fine. I mean, that was one hell of a siege, so I don't know how much that siege is gonna help you, but it was fun. I feel like every siege that we've won in this fort so far, I genuinely feel like we won it on a knife's edge. I don't know if chat feels the same way, but like, it feels like we shouldn't have won that, you know? It really, really feels like we shouldn't have won that. Dwarf has been missing for a week. Like, truly. It doesn't feel like we should have won that. Make Goblinite bolts? I mean, yeah. Well, not just Goblinite bolts, but Goblinite bolts are one of the things that we will be making. I just need to get stuff transported down to the armor storage, which is... Did I not? I had an armor storage. Where did I put it? It's like, I know I had one. Oh, I know where I put it. It's over here. Like this. Melt a metal object. If there's 10 assigned for melting, do 10. And then bars. 233 iron bars. Let's make 200 iron bolts. And I'm going to deconstruct this because that's going to get replaced with a magma forge. Save the game? Can do. We recovered from a similar number of pissed off dwarves after the last siege. Ilmirin. Like a very similar number of pissed off dwarves. The last siege we had about, I want to say about 40, 35 dwarves at that level of pissed off. So we won. And we can recover it. Because it's just brief trauma. But I'm also kind of not planning to. Because I'm, not to be mean, but I need to draw some excitement around the stream tomorrow. So we're probably going to start a new fort tomorrow. Because I've completed my goal in this fort. I've acquired the queen. So I realize you told me to save the game, Dudley, but I'm just going to call this your save because the seasonal save kicked in, and I don't want to save the game twice back to back for no reason. That seems kind of like a waste of everybody's time. So yeah, I don't know. I would still call this a win. You can call it a loss, but the fort's still standing and Queen's still alive. I would call that a win. Actually, just gonna remove the finished goods from here. Because there's too much mess in here. The biggest loss I would say right off the bat is just the amount of soldiers that we lost, the amount of squad members that we lost. Also considering I'm not discriminating at all about who I put in the military. Everybody joins the military right now. Okay, so right here, Magma Forge. And then down here, let's just get some more of these placed. You know, we're melting more metal objects. We got tons of iron already. They're melting what? No, didn't get to see. Although, how many billion bars am I actually making? I know I had a big task queued up for those. I'm just going to get rid of that. Let's just focus on making metal. That's not a new game out, and no, I'm good, Brosifer. I played the last Starship when it first launched. I mean, if I want to play that kind of game, there's other games that already fill that niche for me. I like Introvision software, but like that game's been in early access for a while, and I've looked at several versions of it in early access, and nah. Did you survive all the sieges? I don't think so. Yeah, no, you died a little bit ago. You did die today, but you died a little bit ago. I want to see you died in the last siege. Like, not even the current one. All right. I mean, I lost Q and Green Tea, who was an extremely talented dwarf. Yeah, no, I would look up where you died, Captain Radiator, but I don't actually have the ability to do that because that would require me going to Legends. So unless you guys want me to export and update Legends, we're kind of working on the scene of my pants, and in case it's not obvious, a lot of people have died recently. But yeah, no, when it comes to the last Starship, like, that game just made me so fucking motion sick. And I was watching a stream of somebody else playing it the other day, one of my team members, friend of the channel, and it continued to make me extremely motion sick. The kind of problem I have with a lot of those space games is they're very, I don't know, enthusiastic about having like super motion heavy backgrounds. It's like, I don't know. I think that like my need for a game like that is mostly filled by, you know, stuff like Space Haven, just as an example to throw one out there. And I think that's kind of where that need is going to stay. I don't really, unless that game is doing something super unique that I'm missing, I think I'm a pass on that one. And I don't really see it doing anything unique. I'm not gonna lie, but having Abrax in YouTube chat is talking about green glass and clothing in Dwarfort. I gotta say that, like, I feel like having studded green glass on your body would be super uncomfortable. Anyway, so you're gonna have to do more than just tell me that the game exists, because I know that the game exists, Brosifer. If you want to convince me or others to play it, you gotta say what the game does differently. If it's just And because from what I can tell, it's just another city builder with spaceships, and that's not unique or interesting to me. Or another colony builder in a spaceship, and that's, you know, lots of games do that already. That's not exactly a selling point for me, I guess. But I guess you agree, because you haven't said anything, so. C'est la vie. Yeah, and I was watching him and I got motion sick. Bootlegger. Anyway. I don't have much to say, nor much to talk about. I'm just trying to not talk about politics. Because I know people try to get away from that. So I'm just babbling. I don't really have... I'm in like this weird spot recently where I don't have anything interesting to say that I haven't said 25 minutes ago. And this fort is real cool. I've enjoyed this fort. Yeah, I skimmed it. Although I've been thinking more about the interviews that I've been editing recently today. There isn't a ton in there aside from just art's interesting. Art is not the most interesting part of games for me. The tutorial of Space Haven? Of New... I don't know what New Haven is. Unless you're saying Space Haven. Wearing steel raw on your body would be uncomfortable? Certainly. So chat, I have achieved most of my goals in this fort. I'm quite happy with this fort. I don't know what else to do in this fort. If we keep playing it, it's just going to be siege after siege, like that one that we just went through, until eventually the fortress falls. I think this fort has been extremely epic, and honestly, a great time. And I think one of the best designs for a fort I've ever made, at least in recent memory. Certainly this year, although there's a bit of a bit of a fallacy there. I'm going to save this fort. And then I'm going to jump to Legends and export Legends. Then I'm going to update Legends on the site. And then I'm going to retire this fort. If you would like this save file, I will chuck it on the Discord. And I think I'm going to call it. And then tomorrow we will start a new fort. I will try and figure out why my OBS was overloading. Yeah, I am going to make a new world after this fort. That's the plan for tomorrow, Mouse Beater. But I'm going to give people one night to go look and read and see what happened. And then I think I'm going to spend the rest of my evening editing that interview. It's not that I don't want to stream. I do want to stream. But I genuinely have nothing to talk about. We're going to do a younger world? Why? I don't really have any particular thoughts one way or another, but is there a reason you want to do a younger world? I haven't really done any old worlds in a while. I think the last time I did a old world was was Cloud Thunder. That was like 2024. I don't know. I consider this to be a young world. Like if it's younger than 500 years, that's a young world. If you're asking, am I going to do a 5-year-old world? No, because that's like silly. There will be nothing happening, nothing of note. You need to give the world like at least 100, 150 years to kind of get established. Otherwise, like it's just kind of dull. But say your goodbyes to Sunspire, chat, because I think this is it. I'm gonna quickly open up Stone Sense. Because that's it. That's it. Did you all in and lose everything? I mean, it's harder to have 0 tickets than it is to have 1 ticket. And considering we did all of this in an Untamed Wilds map, I'm kind of impressed just based on that. How do I feel about energy drinks? I drink them sometimes. I try not to drink them too much. I used to drink too many of them when I was younger. These days I drink them as like a coffee substitute when I'm in a mood for them, but I don't drink them too often. I think they're, I don't know, pretty bad for you. But I don't mind a white monster every so often. Yeah, well, I mean, the idea of the pyramid over there was to imitate the look of a volcano more than anything. What do you do with the tickets? Years ago, they used to be used for song requests. These days, nothing. Because I, for lack of a better term, don't do song requests anymore. We played with lava a whole bunch. I contorted history. We've sacrificed a queen to a god. They're purely bragging rights these days in regards to the tickets. So once I generate a new world, chat, I do need to note that the game will not, or rather, my Legends folder will not be updated anymore for this world. It's going to move to the next world. So if you want the Legends for this world after today, you're going to have to go grab those yourself. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to quick save one final time. And retire the fort. $10,000-year-old world? I mean, you kind of get diminishing returns on the Age of World after like 800 years. It's just going to be a lot of necromancers and a lot of zombies, or like a lot of abandoned temples. Usually the apocalypse happens after like 800-900 years anyway of civilized society. It's pretty true for reality, honestly. I think the coolest part about this fortress is the lava loop. Like that might be the coolest project in this fort. Might actually be the coolest project. But that's it. That's the fortress. I say a round of beers to that. Round of applause. Rounding out the pause. I tried to live up to Fire Orb with that one, and I think we did it. Bad pun? I don't know what you're saying. I never made a bad pun in my life. What is this slander? But yeah, if you guys have ideas for different types of worlds that we can make, I'm open to hearing them. But if the idea is simply just really old world or really, really young world, like ridiculous levels of like, you know, less than 50 years or more than 1,000 years, like that's kind of a moot point. It's not really feasible generally. But let's just go get these legends exported. Where you are at peace with the goblins. Okay, so settle on the other end of the map and then pretend they don't exist. Quite literally just be really far away from them. Don't ever attack them. Don't ever talk to them. It's mechanically impossible to be at peace with the goblins. So that would just be like no war fort. Oops, that was the wrong button. Look at me running on automatic. Can't be at war with them if they're all dead? What, do you honestly, like, heavens to Betsy, truly, genuinely want me to, like, do a kill everything world, because that's just a lot of that last menu that you just saw. What have you missed? We retired the fort, Zamodir. And then I clicked the wrong button, and now the calendar is rolling forward, so I gotta wait for this to end so that I can go back to the main menu. Start new and existing worlds. Past Realms of Soul. But we had a huge fight, huge siege, and I'm about to go export Legends, and then we're going to call it for the day. Because I don't really have too much more to say or do with this fort. Like, I was running out of things to talk about, and I've achieved every challenge that I wanted to achieve. I think we had some big, dramatic final sieges in that world, and I think that was fun. But now I think it's time to move on. We are now exporting Legends. Okay, one, I don't know how that relates to Boat Murdered in literally any way, J-Mega, and two, you're going to have to be more specific. Are you telling me to build tree houses in a forest, or are you telling me to kill the elves in the forest? Like, I don't really know what you're suggesting. Lived happily ever after? Well, it was eternal war for all damnation and time. Until the end of days. Would help if I loaded the right world. Delete and replace. All right, select files to upload. Why did you go somewhere completely random? What the fuck? Move that over there, grab this, grab that, and I'll just drag you over there. Legends Plus. Which feels smaller than it should be, but all right. Okay, so it didn't fully export Legends. Got it. Got to delete and replace that. I'm not sure why it did that. That's what it's working on. Right there. I think I'm going to be less ambitious than chat. The one where Elf was a Dwarf King? That's like actually pretty easy to do. Or rather, make elves in charge of your fort, rather. Seems like it's good. Let's load you. Let's see if that worked. Haha! All right. It is updated, chat. Somehow the population of dwarves has gone up. Not sure how. Well, it was a fun world while it lasted, chat. If you want to go check it out now, you can. !Legends in the Twitch chat, or go to the link in the YouTube chat. But That's me for the day, chat. That's me for the day. I think I'm going to be less ambitious than the Twitch chat because I don't want to embark on a goal that's going to take me a year to finish. And I don't want to embark on a goal that's like, not impossible, but like would take hundreds of hours or dozens of hours. You can't build anything on retractable scaffolds. Like, you physically cannot do that. You'd have to do it on supports. I don't know what that would look like. Like a fortress on retractable scaffolds that collapses its... with collapsible halls that deliberately caves itself in every few years to migrate deeper underground. I mean... that's a cool, like, image, but the Haunted Ruins thing, one, like, if it collapsed itself, there wouldn't be anything left behind. There would just be nothing. And, like, Haunted Ruins, I mean, I don't know how that would work. Like, I'm trying to think of the logistics of that. Like, it's a neat idea. I don't know how I would do that. Especially if it's like a... how do I put it? Because, like, you can't build on bridges. Bridges aren't load-bearing. You can build on supports, but those aren't retractable. They just disappear. And you wouldn't leave anything behind. It would just disappear. I mean, like a library? It's been a while since we've done a library fort. Unicorn Soap Factory? We were just on a, like... Joyous Wild's good biome. Gross. Letteran. So I've actually an extremely short stream for me. I'm kind of conflicted because of how little I've streamed today. But chat, as I said, I have no sense of humor and nothing I really want to talk about today. So I'm going to shut down the YouTube stream now, and the Twitch chat, we're going to go raid somebody. If you want to come raid someone with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, YouTubes, I will see you tomorrow, and we will start a new fort in a new world. Should be a good time.